So good afternoon. Welcome to the New York City Planning Commission Review Session, Monday, October 19th, 2020. Before we begin our regular agenda, we have a special presentation on the borough-based jails Manhattan site. And so I'll turn it over to the folks from DDC and elsewhere.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Dana Kaplan with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and I will be kicking off the presentation before I turn it over to my colleagues at the Department of Design and Construction, as well as Beverly Pryor with the project management team. We also have other city agency representatives, such as Sasha Ginsburg with the Department of Corrections, that are available for Q&A after we are complete with the presentation. Next slide. So we will be doing an update on the program. And as you know, this is out of our commitment to provide regular updates before there are key junctures in the procurement. Next slide, was that the agenda slide? Okay, well, we might have skipped past the agenda slide, but I'll just quickly say that obviously we will be doing an update on the Manhattan site, the procurement, the program, and updates on the status overall, as well as design engagement. So I will just say, I know that the Commission is so familiar with this topic at this point and recognizes the importance of it, but I did want to just center where we are. Obviously, as you know, there have been some changes in terms of the impact of COVID on the program, and also, you know, there has been some activity in the courts, and my colleagues will speak to what that means for the program on an immediate level. But we overall remain focused and consistent in the objective to close the jails on Rikers Island, as well as the 3 borough facilities, and replace them with a system that is more small, more safe, and more fair. And so we are planning for 4 borough-based facilities with 886 beds each that provides housing for no more than 3,300 people. And of course, a continued focus on reentry, culture change, programming, and health services. We are also focused on active public-facing ground floors and ensuring that these are facilities that are well integrated into the neighborhood. And in summary, we wanted to make clear that the facilities must be beacons of high-quality civic architecture, supportive of the immediate neighborhood context, and also supportive of New Yorkers citywide. And with that, just kind of intro in terms of what the purpose of this program is, I will now turn it over to Jamie Torres-Springer with the Department of Design and Construction. Jamie?
Thanks very much, Dana. Good afternoon, commissioners. Nice to see you virtually, and look forward to seeing you in person again one of these days. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm happy to give you an update on the overall status of the borough-based jails program, and then give you an overview of where we stand in terms particularly of scoping documents that will guide design efforts when we get into the procurement, in particular of the Manhattan facility, which we're planning to release an RFP on very soon. So this is the updated program schedule for the jails program, the 4 facilities. The program is moving forward through procurement, design, and construction. We have been disrupted as a city in terms of delivery of our capital program overall by both the emergency needs of the city during COVID and also some of the budgetary impacts. So we did have a pause in the spring on this program, which did cause some schedule impacts, but we're proceeding full steam ahead. I think the bottom line is we expect to issue notice to proceed on work on all 4 sites by the end of 2021. Now, the overall program completion timeline and the timeline for the closure of Rikers, we've moved out to the middle of 2027. It was previously in 2026, and that's an unfortunate impact, but one that we have had to address, and we're confident that we've addressed that in the schedule and made up some lost time. You can see that we have completed now the RFP for the first item, which is the construction of a new parking garage adjacent to the Queens site. We're in evaluation now on those RFP responses. We're updating you today on the RFP for the Manhattan facility, which we expect to issue in the next few weeks. Last week, we announced a short list of the 3 design build proponents who will receive that RFP based on having been pre-qualified. And that's available on our website. We're also proceeding with the dismantling and site remediation RFPs for the other 3 sites, and those will be the things that we'll be looking to get into contract and get moving by the end of next year. I should say, since Dana mentioned it, we have had an adverse court decision related to the Manhattan facility that the commissioners are probably familiar with. And I'll say that the administration is surprised and disappointed by this decision. We plan to appeal immediately, and we believe we have a very strong case. In the meantime, the decision isn't necessarily going to impact our timeline as of right now, because we're able to proceed with all procurement and design activities, and we intend to do so at full speed while we're in the midst of an appeal that we believe will be successful. As you know, we do have design build authorization for this program, and we're actively working to make DDC and the city an owner of choice, taking advantage of many best practices across the country and around the world for delivering through design build. If we go to the next slide, as part of design build, we have identified a rigorous post-ULURP schedule for stakeholder engagement, both within and outside government, which is summarized here. We know that this program needs to be responsive to the agenda for incarceration reform and, of course, the calls for racial justice that we've heard in recent months and recent years. In addition to that, we know we need to continue to be responsive to community concerns about any major project that impacts a neighborhood. So we have built a robust schedule for engagement both prior to and after we award a contract to make sure that voices can be heard. The Manhattan RFP that we're updating you on today, for example, has recently had a community design workshop. In the last couple of weeks, we held a workshop with justice advocates. We had an intensive architectural peer review, 2-day peer review within the last couple of weeks of the design guidelines that we're showing you today. And of course, we've been holding very extensive review with agencies across city government. After the award of a contract to a design builder, we will conduct reviews with the Public Design Commission, provide regular program updates to City Planning Commission and other agencies, and then also to the neighborhood advisory committees, community boards, local elected officials, and others as our awarded design builders move through design. So that's our review process. And again, the materials that we're updating you on today have been through that review at multiple different layers, and we're very pleased with the feedback that we've had. If you go to the next slide, of course, design inside and outside these buildings is critical for the success of the program. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of the framework we're now operating under before our program manager, Beverly Pryor, walks you through this information specifically for the Manhattan facility solicitation that we'll be releasing soon. So design builder expertise in design is strongly emphasized. This is actually a snapshot from the RFQ. So again, each of the procurements goes through 2 steps. First, pre-qualification of a short list of proponents. So Manhattan went through the RFQ, and we've shortlisted based on these evaluation factors, which each of which really place a very strong emphasis on design experience, design personnel, and design philosophy. We don't have the RFP criteria up here today, but it's along the same lines. So then, if you go to the next slide, the major driver of design excellence will be the scoping documents that will be included. So you can see here that they range from design guidelines, which establish high-level goals for the scope of work and principles, and we'll review some of those with you today, through the architectural program, and then down to the more technical details, the basis of design, which is divided by design and engineering specialty, right down to performance specifications and things like room data sheets. So we have a very detailed set of scoping documents that will guide our design builder. We have reviewed these with agencies. We shared these with city planning department staff and got their comments last week, which were very helpful. On to the next slide. And of course, I think we've talked about this before. We developed these guidelines based on interaction with a very diverse range of sources, including Justice Implementation Task Force, the master planning process for borough-based jails, community groups through Neighborhood Advisory Committee, and of course have been working very closely with our sponsor agencies, our oversights, and doing outreach to stakeholders all the way through. Next slide, just at the highest level, what we've established for this program in terms of design goals, just taking a step back, as Dana said, we're of course trying to create smaller, safer, and fairer criminal justice system. That of course means fundamentally we're building housing for no more than 3,300 detainees and locating the facilities within communities and adjacent to the courts. So those are the big moves, but then we need to physically implement these goals within the new jails by creating supportive environments, as is described here. And what we've got in the design specifications in order to do this includes smaller, safer housing units, ample programming and vocational training space, welcoming lobbies and visiting spaces, support for officers and other staff, and then have also emphasized the need for natural light, modern HVAC, even more important in the era that we're in and what we've learned from the crisis that we've been in, innovative ways of managing detainee populations that we learned from best practices elsewhere. And then in addition to all the work around creating those supportive environments, we know that we have to create civic assets in neighborhoods using building exterior design, streetscape, thinking of the public realm surrounding these buildings and the connections to the physical connections to surrounding communities, but also creating new community assets in each facility, which were a part of the ULURP approval and which we've incorporated into the program for the design. That's another big piece of connecting communities. And then, of course, ensure that we achieve high levels of sustainability and resiliency for these buildings, given that they will be civic assets that will be with us for generations. So that's the overview of the design goals. Go to the next slide. We're going to move into specifically an update on the Manhattan facility, and for that I'm going to turn it over to Beverly Pryor, an architect who is our program manager with the AECOM Hill joint venture supporting the city in delivering this program.
Thank you, Jamie, and good afternoon, commissioners. The borough-based jail program goals that Jamie just shared will then be made into specific design guidelines for the new Manhattan detention facility. So I'm going to take you through an overview of the Manhattan site context, the community and justice advocates' input, the peer review input, and then highlights of the design guidelines for the public realm. Next. So the Manhattan site, as you know, is where the Chinatown and Civic Center neighborhoods meet, and it's within walking distance of Little Italy, Tribeca, and SoHo. The Civic Center neighborhood to the south and east of the site along Center Street has larger buildings and wider streets with nearby Collect Pond Park and Foley Square. Chinatown to the west and north of the site along Baxter Street has smaller scale buildings and narrower streets with adjacent and nearby Columbus Park. The site will replace the existing Manhattan Detention Center, including the building on both sides of White Street which bisects the site. To the south of the future building is at 100 Center Street, the historic high-rise New York County Criminal Court. And to the north is the 13-story Chung Pak Senior Housing Building. Design for the public realm will need to be sensitive to the character and importance of each of these features. Following are a few slides with photos of the context. Next slide. On the left is a view of the White Street corridor, a very active pedestrian way between Center and Baxter Streets that bisects and terminates on the site. This pedestrian way will be retained with a pedestrian arcade that will be lined with community and local commercial/retail uses. The view on the right shows the bustling Chinatown Canal Street with a view beyond to the Chung Pak Senior Housing and the existing Manhattan Detention Center. Next. On the photo on the left is a view from Chinatown toward the historic courthouse complex, showing the bridge to the existing Manhattan Detention Center on the right. So that building on the right will be coming down along with what's known as the tombs of the Manhattan Detention Center. The photo on the right basically turns that corner onto Baxter Street and shows the rich commercial character from the future Manhattan, that will be across from the future Manhattan Detention Facility. Next. Columbus Park is a hub of the Chinatown community with users of all ages. It's sunlight sensitive and has views toward the existing historic courthouse and the future detention facility along their shared Baxter Street frontage. Again, design for the public realm will need to be sensitive to the character and importance of these features. Next. The city has had close to 24 meetings, including presentations at community boards and community groups, meetings with the neighborhood advisory committees, and with elected officials. And just this month, we had 2 justice advocates and 1 community design input sessions. Input from workshops are included in the RFP, the request for proposals to the design builders, including in the executive summary and design guidelines and the scoping documents. Our intention is to include summaries of the community input as an exhibit to the RFP as well. Next slide. The October 14th virtual community workshop had over 100 participants. It was accessible in English and in several other languages. The key input from both community workshops focused on making the building accessible, safe, and welcoming for people. As an example, the community input on the left of the slide translated into, for instance, this one in the blue call out. Design the White Street Arcade to be inviting and hospitable to pedestrians with generous proportions appropriate to a civic building. Consider how the massing and expression of entrances at Center and Baxter Streets can signal the public nature of the space. Next slide. The Justice Advocates Workshops, one for people with lived experience and family members, had over 50 attendees, and one with the Justice Implementation Task Force had over 75 attendees. The virtual meeting format was quite effective, I thought, for capturing strong preferences and dislikes. There were options to look at, for instance, the lobby, 4 different images and say what was liked and what wasn't, and it was amazing to me how similar the dislikes as well as the likes were. And basically the theme that emerged was that there was a strong dislike for anything that felt cold, institutional, or jail-like, and there was a strong preference for environments and seating and lighting that felt comfortable, welcoming, and calming. And you think about it, who doesn't feel more comfortable in environments like that? So it's, I thought that was a great insight through a large group of people's perspectives. Next slide on design peer review. Establishing an independent design peer review was important to the commissioners while the borough-based jail program was going through the ULURP, and it remains important to the Department of Design and Construction, to the Department of Corrections, and to the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. The purpose of the peer review is for the reviewers to provide input on the request for proposal documents that will go to the design builders. And then during their in-market proposal period, when they're developing their design concepts, it will be to review and advise on the interim design builder submittals. Earlier this year, the city identified a pool of panelists with expertise in design and engagement with justice facilities. And we had a virtual kickoff with a larger pool of the peer reviewers in March. Next slide. Specific to the Manhattan facility, an RFP peer review session was held this month, and a second one will be held next year to review and comment on the design builders' interim design submittals. The Manhattan panel fulfilled the city's goals for participation by specialists in, that really know New York City, specialists that have international design experience, urban design, a member of the National Organization of Minority Architects, and an individual with lived experience from the Fortune Society. Eric, the Dutch architect who designed the Zaanstad Judicial Complex in the Netherlands, was there, and his facility is one that was visited by New York City representatives last year. It was great to have that international perspective. Next slide. The peers reviewed and commented on the public realm and urban design, but also on the internal facility program and operations. I was struck by how their comments paralleled those from the community and the justice advocates, such as emphasizing the need for light and air in the White Street Arcade, and creating a calming and dignified atmosphere within the facility. The following 5 slides provide highlights from these community advocates and peer inputs on the design guidelines for the Manhattan Detention Facility. Next. So one of the key topics was the site and access, and the guidelines there that we received from people's input was focused on pedestrian safety and connections to and through the facility, including during the years that the facility will be under construction. A guideline example associated with this is activate the perimeter of the site during construction, considering opportunities for graphics, information, or temporary artwork. Thought it was great that the community was thinking that you need to protect and be cheerful and respectful of the community even during construction. Next slide. The guidelines are meant to work together with and reflect the requirements laid out in the ULURP to achieve the best results. Examples, design a welcoming and prominent visitor's entrance builds on the requirement that the entrance must be at least 20 feet tall as approved through ULURP. Another example, design an inviting and hospitable arcade for pedestrians builds on the requirement that the arcade must be a minimum of 55 feet tall and 35 feet wide as approved through the ULURP. This is in line with the dimensions of successful arcade proportions in a variety of arcades in historic and modern facilities. Next slide. As an example of guidance on public realm and open space, at the Manhattan Community Workshops, the community responded to the question of How do you imagine utilizing the seating area around the facility? The most liked feature was flexible seating that can easily accommodate a group or simply an individual, with the potential of tables for outdoor lunch experiences. The most disliked seating designs were those that they described as not suitable for interaction, uncomfortable, uninviting, and impractical. Next slide. As per the ULURP, a significant portion of the ground floor uses will be for community space, including 6,000 square feet for Chung Pak seniors, along with commercial and retail uses. Urban design and ground floor use guidance emphasizes the distinctive character and neighborhood cultural traditions that should be respected. Next slide. While building setbacks and height are regulated by ULURP guidelines, including setbacks from the Chung Pak senior housing, additional guidelines focus on the varying scale and character of the adjacent Chinatown and Civic Center neighborhoods. At the Manhattan Community Workshops, we asked about the types of lighting that would provide a sense of security at night. The consensus was that lighting should be bright, but not harsh or feeling like being in a subway. I think we can all relate to that. Next slide. And this is just a reminder of next steps that Jamie talked about as well, which is we are planning to release the Manhattan RFP and begin the in-market proposal process very soon. And that will then set us up for starting to advance the Bronx, the Brooklyn, and the Queens procurements as well. We will share program progress at key milestones and continue stakeholder and community engagement, both in Manhattan and in the other boroughs. Next slide. So I'll just now say thank you, and we'll open the session up for your discussion.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'll now invite any commissioners to raise their hands if they have questions. If we could take them down off the screen.
Why aren't I seeing my hand?
Right, I'm not seeing any hands up, but was that you, Commissioner Cerullo?
Yes, I did have it. It's not showing, but it looks like I should have it up, but I don't see.
There are four hands up as far as I can see.
Okay, so
You don't see it?
I see it. Yes, I see it here. I don't see it on the screen, which sometimes they show it on the screen. I see it now. Thank you, David.
Okay, Commissioner Cerullo.
Sure. Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I guess two questions come to mind on with respect to thinking about design. So one is sort of that I would only think about now just based on the time that we're in and living through. And when it comes to the sort of the housing units and the design of the housing units, how has this sort of post-COVID world impacted where sort of the thoughts about design might have been prior to where we think we need to be to best protect those who are living in the housing units, and also to create an environment where if there is a long-term issue as there is today, we don't, and we're not creating or building an environment that we have to necessarily take people out of versus making sure they're protected where they are. So I guess that's one question. The second is on sort of the public realm aspect of this from the exterior, which is it's fantastic to be thinking about the design and how
the public realm and the space outside relates to the community and activates the community. I'm going to guess, however, that the Department of Corrections is not necessarily in the public realm asset management system or service or experience, has any experience in that. So what is the long-term plan in ensuring for the communities, never mind the whole city, and those who will experience design in public realm, because it's not enough just to build something nice. It has to be maintained, and that's going to be important to the communities, but also to everyone who might use it. So what is the maintenance piece of this, and how is that going to work, and how do we ensure that actually gets implemented, is funded, and continues to look the way it's intended to look from when it's first constructed?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Cerullo. The challenging questions as always, right off the bat. So I think on the response to the pandemic, I think there's sort of a couple responses, and I might ask Beverly to respond as well. But the first thing is the biggest thing that it does is it shows us we have all the more reason that we need to close these, in some cases, many decades old facilities on Rikers, which are not suited to the task of managing a safe and healthy environment, and build these new facilities. I think the things that we've learned are the biggest thing in this crisis is the need for very high efficiency air filtration through modern HVAC systems. And I'm sure we've all been part of efforts to go and upgrade HVAC in different buildings. By building new buildings, we'll be able to include those specifications very specifically. I think also the fact that we're predominantly single cells is obviously also very helpful. So those are things that are already baked in to the plan, and it just gives us more reason that we need to do it. In terms of the public realm, I think maybe we should get back to you on the O&M sort of question, because DOC, Department of Correction, will be the owner of the facilities, and we should get you some more information. I will say from the design and construction point of view, we're intent on taking into account life cycle cost when we make judgments about the cost proposals that we get from the design builders. So that also, it also tells us that we're going to be thinking about stewardship right off the bat, and also that each building has community space, in some cases retail space built into it. So I think that will also create constituents and stakeholders who will be active in ensuring that we get good public realm activation and maintenance. But in terms of the actual operational plan, I think let's get back to you on that.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. I think I asked this during the ULURP process, but I've forgotten what the response was. With the RFP, are you looking for responses that in which a design build group would develop multiple sites, or are you looking for one per borough?
Sure, thanks. The RFP that we're issuing now will be just for Manhattan. We did seek qualifications for multiple sites. I think what we got was sufficient to proceed with Manhattan, and we'll go back and seek qualifications for design builders for the other sites as well. But this RFP is for one facility.
So you could contemplate there being a response where you'd have a design build entity developing more than one site?
Certainly, because we, it wouldn't, being designated to build one site wouldn't disqualify someone as long as they can meet the, the criteria, meet the financial requirements of developing a big building like this and bonding it, show that they have adequate personnel and so on. And, in many cases, there actually may be a lot of value to have the same builder take the lessons from one build out and apply it to another. So I don't think it doesn't disqualify, but it doesn't require.
And well, Jamie, just refresh my recollection. Why is Manhattan proceeding ahead of the others at this point?
Really, it's because it's in many ways, the most complex site, and therefore will take the longest to build. And so we need to start it fastest in order to finish the program in due course of time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Delausse.
Thanks for the presentation and for the update. I just have 3 questions. So one is about the anticipated timing of the appeal and anticipated timing of the decision, especially given your response just now, Jamie, about, Manhattan needing to go first because of the long time for the overall construction. So that's one question. And then, well, go ahead and answer that one because the other one kind of go to a different area.
I'm going to defer to Corporation Counsel in terms of specific timing, other than to say that we don't think that, we think that the decision can be made on an appeal in such a way that it wouldn't impact our timeline. And our timeline has us registering a contract to proceed with this work by the end of 2021.
During this administration, so that's right. And then the other question I have, and maybe this was reviewed last time, but I just don't remember. The community feedback loops are so important, and as these things move into construction, I'm just wondering how much of that is going to be maintained to just kind of keep an eye on concerns that come up during the construction process. And then similarly, once things are in operation, a big part of your 30,000 foot view was about that culture shift. And, the buildings are only going to, bring us so far in terms of the kind of culture shift that can be achieved to have people feel like they're treated with dignity and respect. And so I'm wondering, and I guess this is really more a DOC question, but I'm just wondering, what's being thought of in terms of feedback from the stakeholders once the buildings are built around that culture shift.
Let me answer the first part. So I showed sort of view of our intended community engagement post-award once we have a team in place furthering the design and getting into construction. So we do intend, as we do with all of our projects, to go to the elected officials, go to the community board, go to the neighborhood advisory committees. There's also a joint task force that was created for the jail in Manhattan, which we intend to talk to regularly, to do that on a regular basis. Once we're into construction, DDC uses community construction liaisons. We actually have that in the contract already for our program manager. And so there will be full-time community construction liaisons for each of these facilities, whose job it is to, make sure that stakeholders on the ground, their needs are being met. They have the information that they need, and any concerns that they raise, we're able to address as quickly as possible.
That's good. That's included for each site. It's good that's included for each site.
Yes, ma'am. And I think in terms of DOC operations, I would really have to defer to them. Other than to say, I think everyone is aware there's been an enormous amount of work within this administration on that operational treatment of detainees. And I don't think DOC is I don't think there's a DOC panelist with us today. So that might be something that they come back and give you some more information on.
Thank you.
Was that it, Commissioner Delausse?
Yes.
Okay, then Commissioner Rampershaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I had some similar questions as Commissioner De La Uz, so I'm just going to narrow it down to one. With regards to the peer review, can you tell me what is the timeline on the response to the comments that were issued under this peer review? In terms of will they be implemented, or do you know in terms of, I know you said you guys met back in March, right, on the virtual meeting, and when is that next meeting going to be scheduled?
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, Commissioner, but from what I heard, I think that Beverly should answer that question.
Yeah, so in March, we just had a kickoff, and that was with the large pool of peer reviewers. And then for each specific project, we are then going to impanel about 5 different peer reviewers. And so we did, and the first thing that they looked at was what we call the RFP documents, the request for proposal documents, that includes the design guidelines and the executive summary and the architectural program and the room data sheet. I mean, it includes the basis of design. So all of these documents were made available to them to review, and we gave them a couple weeks to review, and then we had a couple work sessions with them to hear and for them to dialogue with each other about their recommendations. We're in the process right now of seeing which things make sense for us to integrate into the documents for the RFP that will be released shortly. The second round will be actually probably in March of this coming year, and this will be after the design builders have had the documents for a while and have started to develop their concepts. They've had some confidential meetings with the city's team, and we asked them to submit an interim design submittal. And at that point, we will neutralize it. Nobody will know what the name of the firm is, whose proposal it is, so that there's no bias toward, I love that firm, I don't love that firm, or whatever, but it'll just be an opportunity for them to look at the 3 different concepts. At the same time, we'll be getting the Public Design Commission staff review and I think a commissioner review too of the drawings, as well as specialists within the review team looking at the engineering and different things that they're putting forward. But we'll pull all of those comments together and give those to the design builders with the intent to make their project better. That's what it's all about, is how do we have them know what is going to be of value to the city to advance and improve their proposals.
Commissioner Burney.
Sorry, I just have to unmute. Okay, yeah, thank you guys for the presentation. Jamie, you mentioned that the short list of the 3 teams selected for Manhattan for the RFP was on the website, but I wasn't able to find it. Could you put that in the chat, or save you having to tell us now? That would be helpful. And the second question is, when is the RFQ going out for the other sites, and is that going to be available? And the RFP for the Manhattan site, when is that? That's going out shortly, and will that be available?
Sure. We will track down the specific link in a couple minutes, and we will put it in the chat. We'll get back to you with the qualification for the other facilities. As I mentioned, the priority for the other facilities at the moment is basically early works, dismantling what's there, remediating the sites, and we need swing space in some cases, because in the case of most of these facilities, this was how detainees would actually be processed through into the courts. So that's our focus for the other 3 sites, and then we will be doing the pre-qualification for the other builders for the Bronx sooner, and for the Brooklyn and Queens sites, those are sort of second phase. But we'll come back when we have specific dates on that. I'm sorry, I know you asked another question.
Okay, the RFQ for the remaining sites and the RFP for Manhattan.
Oh, so the RFP for Manhattan we expect to be out this month. Okay,
good. Okay. And the RFQ for the other sites will be not all at once, but they're going to be phased, are they?
Yes.
According to that timeline. Okay. You know, I'm just looking over my old office suite there, and I see there's a plant. Looks like it might be dying back there, Jamie. I don't want to have to complain to Lorraine about it, but I don't want that plant to die, the one that's on the window there.
You know, I haven't been here that much, so yes, no, we have been trying to maintain the plant life here in the building. I think we're doing a pretty good job. Actually we're able to finish some renovation of this floor, so I think it's looking quite good. Thank you.
Okay, good.
We miss you.
All right, thank you.
I also want to assure the commissioners that we took all of the plants at the Department of City Planning and moved them into conference rooms on each of the floors. And as operations folks and IT folks have gone in, they have kindly watered the plants. So we also are looking out after other living things. Any other questions from the commissioners? I don't see other raised hands, so I will thank the entire team that presented today. And I would ask that with respect to those items on which you suggested that you would follow up, if you could get back to us in writing rather than waiting for the next update session, which may be a couple of months down the road. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think we're moving on. So the first item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Manhattan Community District 1. And our presenter is Allison Brown.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The Trust for Governors Island and the Department of Small Business Services seek a zoning map amendment and zoning text amendment to expand the Special Governors Island District to the entire island, to create new controls pertaining to the southern half of the island, and to propose to change the underlying zoning of the South Island from an R32 to a C41 mid-density commercial district. The proposed actions would facilitate 4,275,000 square feet of development across 34 acres. Next slide, please. Today, I'll provide the Commission with a brief history of recent planning efforts on the island and review the existing conditions, provide an in-depth description of the two proposed actions for the Commission's considerations, and wrap up with a final note on future development. Next slide, please. First, a bit of background. Next slide, please. The island has a long history that Claire Newman provided details of in her presentation to the Commission on October 5th. I'll be providing a quick overview of the more recent history of the island as it relates to the actions sought by the applicant today. In 2003, the federal government sold 150 acres of the island, the entirety of the island that did not make up the National Monument, to the Governor's Island Preservation and Education Corporation, or GIPEC. The deed permits a variety of uses, including entertainment facilities, hospitality, commercial office space, health facilities, and cultural facilities, and prohibits certain uses such as gaming, residential, and industrial uses. GIPEC's mission was to redevelop Governor's Island to transform the island into a regional destination. The Trust for Governor's Island, the successor of GIPEC, maintains this mission today. Next slide, please. The Trust for Governor's Island developed a park and public space master plan in 2010. The master plan identified open space improvements and identified areas for future mixed-use development. This image is taken from the 2010 master plan showing the general location of the future development in gray. Following the guidance of the master plan, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development issued a final generic environmental impact statement in 2011 for the phased redevelopment of Governor's Island that analyzed open space improvements as part of the initial phase of the development. It also analyzed later phases, which included reuse of the historic structures of the North Island and new development within the South Island development site. In 2013, a rezoning of the northern portion of the island created the Special Governor's Island District, which ensures the zoning of the North Island would facilitate the envisioned development of the master plan. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. By 2014, the Trust for Governors Island completed and opened a large amount of public open space on the southern end of the island, as envisioned by the master plan, including Outlook Hill seen here. The actions proposed to the Commission today seek to further realize the intentions of the 2010 master plan by rezoning the southern portion of the island. Next slide, please. Now we'll go over the existing conditions seen and observed on the island today. Next slide, please. Governor's Island is located in the New York Bay. The bay is surrounded by Manhattan, Brooklyn, Staten Island, and New Jersey. Governor's Island is part of Manhattan Community Board 1. 1/2 mile to the north of Governor's Island is Manhattan's Financial District neighborhood, and a 1/4 mile east of Governor's Island, across Buttermilk Channel, are the Brooklyn neighborhoods of Red Hook and Cobble Hill. Next slide, please. Governor's Island contains no mapped streets. Division Road is a paved pathway that bisects the island between north and south. Division Road acts as the southern boundary of the existing Governor's Island Special District and the Governor's Island Historic District. There's also a waterfront esplanade that circles the entirety of the island. Governor's Island can only be accessed by ferry. The primary terminal for ferry access is the Battery Maritime Building, located at the southern tip of Manhattan. Additional ferry service is provided from Pier 11 in Manhattan and Pier 6 in Brooklyn Bridge Park. Next slide, please. The entirety of the island is zoned R32, which allows for low-scale residential development. The Special Governor's Island District, currently established on the North Island, modifies the permitted uses of the R32 to ensure that the zoning of the Northern Island would facilitate the envisioned development of the master plan. Next slide, please. The North Island, the portion of the island north of Division Road, is a historic district containing 5 individual landmarks. The North Island contains over 50 2- to 3-story wood and brick historic buildings constructed between the 19th and mid-20th centuries, as well as a national monument. There are 2 existing piers on the North Island, Swasson's Landing, used for ferry docking, and the kayak launch. The North Island also holds public open space, a public high school, and a mix of cultural and institutional uses. Next slide, please. The South Island, the portion of the island south of Division Road, measures approximately 80 acres. The South Island holds the South Island Park, a 43-acre publicly accessible park in the center of the southern island. There are 3 existing piers on the South Island. Yankee Pier at the eastern end of Division Road is used for ferry docking. Tango Pier, which is not operational, and Lima Pier is used for construction and freight deliveries. Next slide, please. The South Island also holds 2 areas of land totaling 34 acres that make up the proposed development area. The area currently hosts a seasonal hospitality service offering camping accommodations, unimproved vacant land, several former military and Coast Guard facilities, which are now vacant, and an urban farm. Next slide, please. Most of the South Island, as well as the waterfront areas of the North Island, are located within the 1% annual chance floodplain, shown in blue. Portions of the remaining island, particularly around Liggett Hall, are located within the 0.2% annual chance floodplain, seen in yellow. The central portion of the North Island is not located in the flood hazard area. The majority of the South Island open spaces have already been elevated above the floodplain. Next slide, please. I'll now go over the applicant's proposed actions. Next slide, please. The Trust for Governor's Island proposed a zoning map amendment and zoning text amendment to allow for the establishment of development areas to permit up to 4.275 million square feet of development, or 2.98 FAR, and the allowance of a variety of uses such as academic and cultural institutions, research centers, commercial office space, hotels and hospitality, and community facilities. Next slide, please. The goal of these actions include promoting the use and enjoyment of the island as a regional destination for recreational and commercial activity, protecting and expanding the existing publicly accessible open space, providing opportunities for new development with connections to and appropriate relationships with the existing public open areas in the historic district, And finally, ensuring the future operation of the island is financially self-sufficient. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning map amendment will change the boundaries of the Governor's Island Special District to cover the entirety of the island and change the southern portion of the island from an R32 to a C41 as modified by the Governor's Island Special District. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning text amendment will modify the Governor's Island Special District in the zoning resolution text. So I will be using this graphic of Governor's Island to describe all regulations as part of the newly proposed text. Please note that the orientation of the island has shifted. So in this view, we are generally looking to the west towards New Jersey. Lower Manhattan is located in the top right corner, and Brooklyn would be below the bottom of the screen. Next slide, please. The proposed text amendment will extend the boundaries of the existing special district to cover the entire island. Division Road, represented as the dashed line, acts as the boundary between the northern and southern subdistrict. The existing zoning that applies to the northern subdistrict will remain unchanged. All newly proposed regulations as part of this text amendment apply to the southern subdistrict. Next slide, please. The South Island will be made up of 3 distinct subareas: the open space subarea in green, the western subarea, and the eastern subarea. Next slide, please. The open space subarea consists of approximately 46 acres, which will be reserved for recreational uses. The open space subarea includes the South Island Park and the Esplanade, which wraps around the entirety of the South Island at varying depths, connecting at each end to Division Road. Next slide. The future development site is comprised of the western and eastern subarea, about 34 acres combined. The western subarea, shown in dark blue, is approximately 6 acres. It is located immediately south of Division Road, the dashed line, extending approximately 990 feet along the western edge of the island, and has a maximum depth of 360 feet. The eastern subarea, shown in light blue, is approximately 27 acres. It is located immediately south of Division Road, extending southward approximately 2,500 feet along the eastern edge of the island between the Eastern Esplanade and the South Island Park. Next slide, please. The eastern and western subareas will be broken down further into 5 development parcels. The eastern subarea stretches 2,500 feet in length, similar to the distance from the Battery to Wall Street. Breaking up the development into smaller parcels will emphasize public access into and through the site. The exact location, size, and configuration of each parcel will be certified by the chair prior to development of any parcel. Parcels E1, 2, 3, and 4 will be located in the eastern subarea, and parcel W1 will be located in the western subarea. The proposed zoning text identifies the general location of additional public open spaces within each subarea. Next slide, please. First, Yankee Pier Plaza, shown here in green, is the 25,000 square foot plaza located immediately adjacent to Yankee Pier at the northernmost portion of the eastern development site. The plaza will act as a grand entrance, welcoming visitors from Yankee Pier, the new front door of Governor's Island. Next slide, please. Additional public space also includes 3 primary connections. Primary connections are publicly accessible pathways meant to function similar to public streets in that they could accommodate pedestrians and island vehicles. Primary connections will provide access across the development area, connecting public spaces. Shown here in green is the general area in which primary connections can be located. Next slide, please. The exact configuration and size of each development parcel will be determined by the location of the primary connections, which will act as the boundary line between parcels. Here's one such configuration with primary connections being located within the bounds of the permitted area. To illustrate the flexibility of their location, I will show 2 additional illustrative layouts in the next slide. Here we see another with more curvilinear connections, and in the next slide, another configuration that cuts the subarea at a diagonal. As the Commission can see, the connections act as the boundaries of the parcels, meaning the configurations of the connections and configurations of the parcels are inherently linked. Next slide, please. There's an additional requirement for secondary connections within 4 of the 5 parcels. These additional public connections would allow the public to further access and traverse the parcels. Next slide, please. So all of these parameters work together to shape how development can fit within a parcel. We will now be zooming into parcel E2 as illustratively defined in this scenario to illustrate the bulk and urban design controls in more detail and see how buildings are shaped and their locations controlled by the proposed zoning. Next slide, please. The boundaries of E2 will be defined by two primary connections, the Waterfront Esplanade and Yankee Pier Plaza. In other parcels, the South Island Park offers a boundary line. Primary connections must be a minimum of 60 feet wide and open to sky, as seen in the diagram on the left. The pathways must be publicly accessible at all times. The southern subdistrict is open to the public. Next slide, please. With the boundaries of the parcel established, there is broad flexibility of where buildings can be located. Governor's Island is a public place. How buildings within the parcel relate to and create public space is of great importance. If a building is offset from a parcel boundary, space between the building and the parcel is required to be public. This rule was established as it was felt the transitional zone between private buildings and public space is critical. In the next slide, please. Here we see the rules illustrated where building footprints less than 50 feet from the parcel boundary would be providing additional public space in green, where a building set back more than 50 feet from a parcel boundary requires no additional public space. Next slide, please. In addition, secondary connections must be provided across most parcels. These secondary connections must be a minimum of 30 feet wide and are permitted to be covered or enclosed, provided they are a minimum of 30 feet tall, as shown in the diagram on the left. Secondary connections must provide appropriate design elements and signage to make clear to pedestrians their public nature. These connections must be open to the public at all times. The southern subdistrict is open to the public. Next slide, please. So here we see an illustrative assemblage of buildings shown here to demonstrate to the Commission the provisions of the zoning. This arrangement shows as many tools as possible in one configuration, but should not be interpreted as building designs. Generally, different bulk rules apply to different planes above the parcel and the portions of the buildings within those planes. Rules are separated in this way so buildings appropriately respond to conditions at the pedestrian scale and at upper portions of buildings. Permitted lot coverage is highest at the base portion and lowest at the upper portion. Building bases are generally required to be lower on the Waterfront Esplanade than on the South Island Park. In this way, we see density is generally pushed away from the waterfront and tapers upward. Overall building height is limited to 200 or 300 feet, depending on location, and all buildings are limited to 400 feet in length to further break up mass. Next slide, please. Mechanical bulkheads are permitted on top of buildings as permitted obstructions and screening requirements apply. This is shown in gray. Building orientation rules allow for a tower located on E2 to be oriented so that the longest side of a building is parallel to Division Road, as shown here, or a true east-west orientation, or anywhere in between these 2 points. Similarly, for all portions of E2, E3, and E4, towers are limited in permitted width the closer they are to the waterfront. As they move back away from the waterfront, they are permitted to be wider. These design regulations are intended to promote a more enjoyable pedestrian experience along the Esplanade, ensure energy efficient buildings, and ensure that towers appropriately and dynamically interact with the waterfront. Within 150 feet from the historic district boundary, which is coterminous with the northern and southern district boundary, no structure is permitted over 90 feet. This allows for an area of transition from the lower lying historic district to the possibly taller buildings of E2, E1, and W1 on the western development side. In the next slide, we now shift our view westward. Now we see the W1 development parcel in the western subarea. Again, this is an illustrative assemblage of buildings shown here to demonstrate to the Commission the provisions of the zoning. As we see, the same transition area requirement follows over to the western development zone. The upper portions of buildings in W1 is limited in size and location, with regulations generally pushing a tower to the northeastern area of the parcel to ensure that the floor plate is appropriately scaled and oriented to promote views from the publicly accessible space of the island to Lower Manhattan. Next slide, please. Jumping back to the Eastern Development Zone, we have a few final urban design details to know. Articulation rules ensure that every building frontage more than 200 feet in length are pushed and pulled to provide variation and visual interest. This is illustrated in the notches we see on the building facade, highlighted in yellow. The street wall facing Yankee Pier Plaza has special rules in regards to street wall continuation and transparency to ensure a strong and active frontage on this important public space. Transparency rules also apply in the entrances of enclosed secondary connections, so their public nature is apparent. And this is also highlighted in orange. Next slide, please. Finally, here's a hypothetical illustrative arrangement of buildings on the island, utilizing the full 4,275 square feet of development across the development site. On a full island scale, we can see the bulk controls allow for flexibility of many varied building forms, while ensuring the protection of ample open space and circulation space. Next slide, please. The text amendment also prescribes controls on parking and loading, signage, coastal resiliency, and future zoning actions. The primary transportation mode on the island is walking and biking. As such, no accessory off-street parking or loading is required of any development, and parking is limited. Parking and loading must be screened and located to limit the interference on the public open space. Next slide, please. Signage regulations will follow the rules of the underlying C4 district, except that no flashing signs are permitted. This alteration to the underlying regulations is provided due to the island's position in the water, facing other off-island residential districts. Next slide, please. The design flood elevation varies between 13 and 15 feet across the development site. Later this afternoon, the Commission will hear the proposed citywide zoning for coastal resiliency text amendment. This text would apply to Governor's Island. Next slide, please. The text provides for various actions, some required in all development scenarios and some providing optional relief. A share certification is required before a potential developer can obtain a building permit in order to establish the parcel location, boundaries, elevation, and location of additional public space within. Further authorizations and certifications allow relief of zoning provisions such as bulk and use requirements. Next slide, please. A DSS GEIS was conducted with the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Housing and Economic Development acting as lead agency. The notice of the completion of the draft EIS was issued on October 16th, 2020. The EIS identified significant adverse impacts related to transportation and construction. Possible mitigation measures are identified and will be explored further for the final EIS. Next slide, please. So this concludes all of the proposed actions. I will now speak to the potential future development. Next slide, please. Our request for proposals is proposed to be released by the Trust for Governor's Island in 2021, following the successful completion of ULURP. The RFP will solicit responses of possible development scenarios within the development area. DCP staff will participate in the development of the RFP and review process and participate in the crafting of additional design guidelines that build upon the proposed zoning text, similar to other RFP processes the CPC has seen. The CPC will also be provided with additional information on the RFP throughout the process. Next slide, please. Upon certification, this application will be referred to Manhattan Community Board 1 for 60 days. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I can now answer any questions the Commission might have. And I'll also turn on my video.
Thanks so much, Allison. And if we could take down that slide, thank you. Thank you for such a comprehensive walkthrough of the island. We can start with Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Allison, you mentioned in the latter stages of the presentation, I believe it was 150 space parking. Just clarify that.
So there's the limit, the maximum amount of parking permitted on the island is 150 spaces. The entirety of the island acts as is a single zoning lot. The entirety of the South Island is going to be acting as its own zoning lot. So within the South Island, there would be a maximum of 150 spaces.
So these would be vehicles that are resident on the island. I mean, there's not going to be vehicular access to the island, right, from off the island, or will there be?
Right, there isn't, that isn't foreseen. Currently, the only vehicles on the island are those vehicles that are used for the operation of the island. Maintenance
and operation and what have you. Okay.
So it's seen as a continuation of that. If perhaps future development on the island, future tenants need on-island vehicular capacity, that would be available, but this isn't seen as cars driving on and off the island.
All right, thank you. I wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner Levin.
Unmute, there we go. Allison, thank you for a very nimble, coherent, articulate presentation of a complicated project. It won't surprise you. I have questions around sort of 5 topics, and I could put them all out there or take them one by one, and I don't want to take up too much airtime, and my colleagues also have questions. But so it has to do with the amount of density that we're planning for, interested in particularly understanding the plans or the potential. There's a lot of cultural space potentially here. What's the thought there? I have some questions about the infrastructure that the EIS indicates is going to be necessary. And I'm wondering if this should be referred to Brooklyn as well, because some of the significant traffic impacts are going to be the result of diverting the truck traffic to access from Brooklyn only. And last question about future public review. So shall we back up and take it from the,
sure. Let's
top?
take it from the beginning, sure.
So, and Marisa, feel free to cut me off if we need to go off to other people. I'm interested that in 2013, the plan for development was really just 1.625 million square feet. And this one is for 4.5 million square feet. So what was the thinking that led to the conclusion that 4.5 million was an appropriate number for this unique site?
So the 4.5 million comes from the desire for given the uses that were envisioned on the island and the amount of daytime population possible given those uses, the amount of floor area that could be created to house that daytime population with other constraints on the island, such as transportation, how many people feasibly can get on and off the island in a certain amount of time. I believe the 4 million also relates to the desire for the Trust for Governor's Island and the operations of the island to be financially self-sufficient. But I can come back to the commission with more detailed information about the financial models of the island. I believe that was a request of another commissioner during Claire Newman's special presentation.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And to understand why 1.625 was considered adequate only 7 years ago, and now we're increasing it substantially.
Absolutely.
The cultural space that's imagined, the EIS says there'll be almost potentially almost 460,000 square feet of cultural space in the university research option. What's the idea there?
I mean, the island currently has many cultural institutions that are attending on the North Island. I think, again, I think the Trust for Governor's Island can speak more to the vision of future tenants. But this is just put out there as a continuation of, cultural institutions playing a strong role on the island.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty substantial number, though. So,
right. But we can come back to you with more information on that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. The EIS indicates a need for some substantial infrastructure upgrades, notwithstanding the ones that we heard about 2 weeks ago as having been made in the interim. but specifically they mentioned water main service from Brooklyn, expanded on-island power infrastructure, and water or sewer distribution infrastructure on the island, and a real ramp up in ferry capacity. Ferry capacity of 9,000 passengers per hour in the peak period. So that's a lot of investment in infrastructure for this island. What's the state of planning for those pieces, and who's going to provide them?
Again, I think I'll have to ask the applicant to speak to those particular items.
Okay. And I was really alarmed by some of the language in the EIS about coordination with the fire department and the police department. And there's a line in there which is very typical. We've seen in other similar situations where the fire department says, we'll figure it out later after everything's built. Well, that's not the right way to plan for the siting needs for these kinds of public facilities. And if they do it, then it'll be too late and there'll be no place for fire or NYPD to serve the island. So I guess my last question has to do with future public review. This process is really quite similar to what we've just heard about with the borough-based jails. You know, it's kind of faith-based approval by the Planning Commission without a particular project before us. Usually we see these kinds of zoning applications after the RFP process has been completed and a proposal has been selected and the buildings have been designed and they know what kind of zoning relief is needed. That's obviously a concern, but at a very minimum, we need to bake into this process going forward robust opportunities for the commission and the public to know what's in the RFP, what choices are being considered by the trust, what the buildings are going to look like, and so forth. So I really think as part of our approval, we need to lay out a process not unlike the one for the borough-based jails where there are required check-ins with stakeholders going forward.
Absolutely. The trust is committed to keeping the commission up to speed on all aspects of the RFP process. And I know that there's also a community advisory committee where various stakeholders in the Trust for Governors Island greater community are, their input is being sought on the creation of the RFP. Again, I think the applicant can elaborate on their RFP efforts to date and how they envision the commission's involvement in the future going forward.
I'll also note that the department itself is going to be seeking this type of role. And for the BBJs, we had a process that made sense given the nature of the scale of that process. This is a different initiative over a longer time frame. And so I think what we will need to do is to tailor the series of report backs and opportunities for input to this particular project, but that has to be into it.
Okay.
Thanks for raising.
Okay. And I guess my last little point, maybe it's not so little, about, I know as a formal matter, this would be referred to Manhattan Community Board 1 because this is in that district, but I do believe that Brooklyn ought to be aware that this is in the works and given an opportunity to comment.
Absolutely. I can, I think that as part of the formal referral process, because it's in Manhattan Community Board 1, it would be formally referred there, but I can, we can look into the possibility of referring to multiple community boards.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burney.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Alison. Sounds like this is an opportunity for the Commission to take a trip to Governor's Island, is it not? We should probably all get over there sooner rather than later.
I think it's closing for the 2020 season soon, so please go soon.
Okay, okay. Just to go back briefly to Vice Chair Knuckles' question about the parking, unless I'm wrong, I thought the slide said 150 parking spots for each site. And there are 5 sites, so that would be 750 spaces. Am I wrong?
I believe it's, my understanding is that it's 150 spaces total, but let me go back and confirm that and get back to you. Mm-hmm.
Because just to reinforce his point, I mean, one wonders why you would need any parking at all on Governors Island, really, given its situation, you know. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is, you know, I have to say I share Commissioner Levin's alarm about the vast amount of space. 4.5 million square feet is a lot of space. Mm-hmm. So who are the people occupying that space? What's the purpose? What's the ownership? Do we know, or is that still to be determined?
Well, the Trust for Governors Island is the primary owner of the space. They would be tenanting out particular parcels or portions of parcels, depending on RFP responses that come in. So the exact makeup of you know, who exactly will be tenanting those spaces is still to be confirmed after this RFP process goes forward. But the 4.5 million square feet is seen as the, you know, the absolute you know, cap, of course, of how much development could take place on the island.
And housing is prescribed by the original covenant, is it not? But everything else is allowed? Is that how it works?
Residential use is not permitted per the deed.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The deed expires in 2060, I believe. It's 50 years after the 2010 master plan.
Okay.
So residential use is not permitted at this time. Right. However, there is residential capability for the zoning, and the deed does permit some overnight stay accommodations that the trust would like to put forth as, you know, artisan residents or perhaps visiting scholars or faculty residents tied to some sort of academic use.
Mm.
The one other thing I would note is that the deed also, in addition to prohibiting permanent residential use, it also prohibits industrial or manufacturing uses. Mm-hmm. It prohibits gaming, mm-hmm. and also off-island electrical power generation.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But any other commercial use is permitted?
I don't believe the deed prohibits commercial use, no. The existing zoning, the R32 zoning, wouldn't support right. The amount of commercial use that...
But you're switching it to a commercial zoning, so mm-hmm. commercial right. uses would be permitted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose the underlying question here, you know, it's shades of Brooklyn Bridge Park, right? Are we looking at an appropriation of public land for private use? And, mm-hmm. you know, on this scale, 4.5 million square feet, that seems like that's a pretty big elephant in the room there.
I mean, the real goal here is to ensure that the perpetuity of the enjoyment of the park as public space and allowing for the development to, you know, financially support the ongoing maintenance of the park and access to the park with the ferry service that the Trust for Governors Island provides.
I think the other interesting facet of this is just the sheer scale of the park, because the FAR comes out to, I believe, 2.98, so relatively low density. Allison, I don't know if it would be helpful. I know in the appendix you had slides that showed the size relative to other park areas in the city.
Yeah, if we could go to slide to other parks. Well, we have an appendix slide speaking to the comparison of this development zone compared to the typical Manhattan grid, kind of overlaid on top on slides 62 and 63. So you could pull those up. To your point, the South Island Park is 40 acres. The open space subarea generally, including the Esplanade and other things, is 46 acres. There's also a substantial amount of open space in the North Island. So 34 acres is, you know, less in space than this. Here we can see the island overlaid on top of Lower Manhattan. So we can see generally the size of the development parcels, what they would be. So the Eastern Development Site stretching from the Battery to, I think, about Wall Street, which is 2,500 feet. This is also, you know, as we discussed in the bulk controls, the development zone is going to be further broken up into with additional public space built into the site. There'll be primary connections, secondary connections, a large plaza located next to Yankee Pier, and any additional public space that that might arise on the development parcels themselves, depending on building configuration. So 34 acres is really the maximum extent of the development, and realistically would take up less space than this.
And does the EIS address the issue of utility management, waste disposal and water supply and so on for that amount of new space?
It does, and I think this relates to Commissioner Levin's question earlier, so we can come back and speak to that at another time.
Okay, good, that was it, thank you.
The appropriate time would obviously be at the pre-hearing review when we will have the input from the public and then the answers to some of the questions that you're putting forward today. If you could take the slide down, please. And next is Commissioner DeLauz.
Thanks for the presentation. So I guess a couple points and then a question. So, the vision for what is outlined is certainly very exciting. I think it's the scale that a lot of us have concerns about. And, the challenging aspect of this discussion is that we're supposed to be focused on the land use, but the land use, is really being driven by the desire to have a self-sustaining situation. But meanwhile, we're not privy to any of the numbers that inform that, which makes it very challenging to have the conversation, honestly. And so I don't know how we can address that. I know that, I would be a lot more comfortable with scale if I had access to that information, if we kind of pulled the curtain back so we could really see, are those numbers, or if there's another party that can independently verify that level of development is needed in order to have a self-sustaining park. I think that would be helpful. I think that would probably give the public some reassurance that we're not overbuilding, basically. So that's a thought that I think the trust could perhaps reflect on as part of this process. And then the other point, I just want to absolutely second and third, I guess, Commissioner Levin's point about Community Board 2 in Brooklyn being given a chance. There's no question this park has a significant impact on Community Board 2. Or the Governor's Island has a significant impact on that. And similar to some of the comments I made when the presentation happened a couple of weeks ago, I think expanding the CAC to involve Community Board 2, this is also being framed obviously as part of COVID recovery, thinking about the economic impact in terms of the workforce development and things like that, I think are also important. But I'm looking forward to hearing how some of these questions are addressed. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. I was just, and I agree, 4 million square feet in a relatively, contained area is a lot. And I'm just wondering whether or not, in terms of the commercial development envisioned by Governor's Island, is there any thought being given to the kind of biological research commercial space use that we see on the east side there? I forgot the name of the entity, but it's there in the 20s, especially given.
Cornell?
No, the Alexandria Center.
The Alexandria Center, yeah. The Alexandria Center. Is there, because obviously given the very unique configuration and location of Governor's Island, I think certain commercial uses may be more attractive and conducive than others. I'm just curious as to whether or not, the kind of development like the Alexandria is or has been is something that's contemplated by Governor's Island?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and those sorts of life science.
Life sciences, yeah.
Yeah, research facilities. Those, we analyze those floor plates of what would be required, the mechanicals that would be required in those sorts of situations to ensure that the zoning does not prohibit the ability of a building with those sorts of means to be developed if that's what the ultimate tenant was planning on building. So the zoning is constructed in a way to be flexible enough to allow for those sorts of life science tenants, but also maybe smaller community facility like tenants.
Thank you.
Other questions? Well, then I'll thank Alice.
Commissioner Edie has
Commissioner Edie.
Good afternoon. Thanks again for the presentation. In regards to Governor's Island, is there intent to put out an RFP for the entire site, or are they looking to do it parcel by parcel? And would it be done all at once, or will it be done in phases? Or have they given any thought to that at this point?
That's a great question. Again, I think that I'll have to ask the applicant to come back with that information. It sounds like overall a detailed description of the envisioned RFP process is being requested by the commission. I think, the development of 4 million square feet by one single tenant, significantly limits, potential options. So it's very likely that we're going to see the phased development of Governor's Island with several different tenants over time. But I think both are possibilities.
Which, if you don't mind, a quick follow-up. I mean, it does pose a question of whether or not they're more likely to get users to build their own facilities, or whether a third party will build for others. I guess we can talk about that as we proceed in this process.
Sure. Yeah, I think a good something to talk about at a future time.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Edie, that also feeds into Commissioner Levin's suggestion of making sure that we have a process that appropriately involves the input of the commission throughout over the years in which this is developed.
Thank you.
Well, I will thank Allison, but also thank the commissioners. I think that your questions have been very helpful in launching this project and in having the applicant understand the range of issues that we are going to want to see addressed when this returns to us for a public hearing. And with that, this application is certified.
Thank you.
Okay. The second item on our agenda is a certification of a special permit in Manhattan Community District 2, and our presenter is Andy Cantu.
Thanks, Ryan. Sorry, the commission won't be able to see my face today, but I believe Sylvia Lee wanted to make a short statement before I began my next two presentations.
I'm sorry, Sylvia even reminded me. Sylvia, why don't you begin this?
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, commissioners. So before Andy begins his presentation on these two special permit applications proposed in SoHo, Chair Lago asked that I provide a brief update on the department's planning efforts in the broader SoHo NoHo neighborhood. As the commission may be aware, Mayor de Blasio announced on October 7th that we are advancing the SoHo NoHo neighborhood planning initiative towards its next phase. This next phase builds on a multi-year effort in collaboration with the council member Margaret Chen and Borough President Gail Brewer, which includes analyses of land use and zoning started around 2015, and then a stakeholder engagement effort in 2019 called Envision SoHo NoHo effort. This next phase builds on that effort that culminated in a community recommendations report. The impetus and one of the critical challenges highlighted throughout our planning and engagement work in the past few years is the significant mismatch between the 5-decade-old M15A and M15B manufacturing zoning and the existing conditions we see in SoHo and NoHo today. The Envision SoHo NoHo engagement report notably recognizes that the dynamic mixed-use conditions in the neighborhoods is a strength and calls for a broader allowance for commercial, light manufacturing, and community facility uses as a rate. This mismatch between zoning and current conditions is also apparent in the high volume of special permit applications the Commission reviews each year. Most of them seek to allow or legalize retail and other storefront uses. These two special permit applications that Andy is presenting today, not to steal his thunder, both seek to allow retail uses on the ground floors and are really good examples of the many, many similar applications the Commission has seen over the years. Another theme that emerged from our planning engagement work, which is the need to promote housing equity in high opportunity neighborhoods and the need to foster a more inclusive and economically diverse SoHo NoHo. The existing manufacturing zoning, by not allowing residential use as of right and not requiring affordable housing, presents a barrier to accomplishing this important shared goal. So to wrap up, I'd like to note that our zoning proposal for SoHo NoHo neighborhoods is very much in progress and at a very early stage. The uncertainties and hardships in light of the COVID-19 pandemic have certainly brought new relevance and urgency to this effort that began a few years back. As our neighborhood planning process progresses, we'll of course provide additional information to the Commission. With that, I'll turn it back to Andy unless there are questions from the Commission.
We just thought that we should take advantage of the fact that we did have the SoHo NoHo matters before us to put them in the broader planning context and our work over the past few years led by Sylvia to work with a wide variety of neighborhood stakeholders in a process that was sponsored by the council member, the borough president, and myself. Okay, I see Commissioner De La Hoz and Commissioner Levin would like to comment.
Sylvia, thanks for that update. I think I'm glad that the administration has made this announcement. I think it's very, very important for the reasons that you laid out. My main question really has to do with next steps and timing. I appreciate the administration wanted to get out there and make the announcement. I think everybody now just wants to know what's next and when can we rectify these situations that need to be rectified?
Thanks for the question. Like I said, we following the announcement, we are in the process of developing the zoning, and the immediate next step that includes a public info session to help members of the public and the community understand kind of the parameters of the neighborhood plan, as well as how to engage in the land use and environmental review process moving forward. And that info session is scheduled on October 26th in the evening. It's a virtual info session, which also includes a Q&A session in the second half of the meeting. Following that, I think the plan is to have a public scoping meeting on the environmental review in early December.
So we're moving forward because we are building on a base of this years of work and the tri-hosted Envision SoHo NoHo. Commissioner Levin.
Well, yes, I guess just following through on that, Sylvia, it was interesting to see the flood of news stories that followed the news coming out of City Hall on this. But some of those created an expectation of a public review process, ULURP process, getting going quite early next year. Is that a correct expectation to have?
I would, thanks, Commissioner Levin. I would say that, you know, typically for any kind of substantial neighborhood planning proposals, you know, the period between a public scoping meeting and ultimate certification is, you know, roughly several months, you know, 4 to 6 months. So I think currently we're, you know, full steam ahead, but that requires a lot of work, as Chair has noted.
Okay, well, at least it's not as challenging as developing a COVID vaccine, you know, and compressing a timeline that usually takes a very long time. And thank you also for your remarks about where this all got started. I was interested in the press that the focus has been all over the housing equity side of this, which is admittedly very important. But in the public eye, seems to have completely subsumed where we started, which is with the mismatches you described between the way the zoning works and the way the folks are responding to the zoning on the ground. So I'm glad to have that corrective piece of information from you, so thank you.
Okay, so Andy, now over to you.
All right, thanks, Chair Lago. Thanks, Sylvia. Jeff, if we can start on slide 2, please. This is a private application by 6163 Crosby Street, Inc. for a landmark preservation special permit to allow use group 6 retail uses below the second story on portions of the ground floor and cellar of an existing 5-story commercial building located at 61 through 63 Crosby Street within the SoHo Cast Iron Historic District, Manhattan Community District 2. Next slide, please. The project site is located in an M15B district, which allows an FAR of 5.0 for commercial and manufacturing uses and 6.5 for community facility uses. The M15B district limits uses in the space below the floor level of the second story to certain commercial and light manufacturing uses. Despite these restrictions, as Sylvia just mentioned, SoHo has become a vibrant mixed-use district and major retail destination. And retail storefronts here are denoted by the red asterisks on the map. Buildings within the vicinity of the project site are typically mixed-use loft buildings ranging from 3 to 12 stories in height, with a variety of uses including retail, warehouses, restaurants, commercial offices, joint living work quarters for artists or JLWQA, interim multiple dwellings, and use group 2 residential units. Most upper floors of the buildings along this stretch of Crosby Street are residential or JLWQA. However, there are 2 large, approximately 10 FAR commercial office buildings on the corner parcels to the north, and a large department store, Bloomingdale's, on the mid-block parcel across the street. Ground floor retail uses are very common on this block face as well as across the street. When it comes to recent trends in the retail market, the Housing and Economic Development Division's October report entitled Retail Activity in NYC, COVID Recovery Across 24 Neighborhoods, found that regional destinations and areas impacted by reduced commuting and tourism, such as SoHo and NoHo, had the lowest levels of open businesses across all study areas, and inactive businesses grew about a third compared to 2018. Next slide, please. The site is an approximately 5,400 square foot lot on the east side of Crosby Street between Spring Street to the north and Broome Street to the south. The building on the site is a 24,500 square foot, 5-story loft warehouse built in the late 19th century. For most of its life, the building housed manufacturing uses such as paper and rag storage and was legalized for JLWQA use in 1971. In 2018, pursuant to relevant LPC and DOB approvals, the building underwent an as-of-right conversion from residential use to a commercial office building, and a 5th-floor penthouse was added at the same time. The ground floor units have historically been used as JLWQA, an art gallery at one time, and retail uses throughout its history. A retail use occupied the ground floor of the northern 63 Crosby Street portion of the building for a time, but has been vacant for over 2 years. The southern 61 Crosby Street storefront was occupied by a Use Group 6 retail store until this summer when COVID hit, and it was then vacated. The entire building is currently vacant except for the 4th floor office unit. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing 2 retail storefronts on the 1st floor with a total of 4,644 square feet of retail floor area. Next slide, please. The cellar would contain a total of 2,694 square feet of accessory storage space to the 1st floor retail use. No new construction is being proposed as part of this application. Next slide, please. This is a section of the building showing the waiver area in yellow, totaling 6,761 square feet. Next slide, please. As a condition of issuance of the special permit for a use modification, the applicant must submit a program of continuing maintenance. In April of this year, the LPC voted to issue a favorable report to the Commission in support of this application, affirming that a program of continuing maintenance has been established and that the requested modification and restoration works contributes to a preservation purpose. In addition to this condition, the Commission must also find that the requested use modifications have minimal adverse effects on the conforming uses both within the building and in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Questions from the Commission? I am not seeing any raised hands. Ryan, am I reading this correctly?
I don't see any raised hands either.
Okay, well then with that, this application is certified. On to your next one, Andy.
Yep. The third item on our agenda is a certification of the special permit in Manhattan Community District 2. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks. Jeff, can we start on slide 2 again, please? Thank you. This is a private application by Square Churchill Mercer LLC for a landmark preservation special permit to allow Use Group 6 retail uses below the 2nd floor and to expand a building containing joint live work quarters for artists at 5 Mercer Street within the SoHo Cast Iron Historic District, Manhattan Community District 2. Next slide, please. Similar to the Crosby Street site, this project is located in M15B district, which again allows an FAR of 5.0 for commercial and manufacturing uses and 6.5 for community facility uses. Again, the M15B district limits uses in the space below the floor level of the 2nd story to certain light commercial and manufacturing uses. JLWQA, a manufacturing use designation created in 1971 to recognize the growing presence of artist residents and legalize their occupancy status, is permitted through conversion of existing floor area. However, buildings already containing JLWQA units may not be enlarged unless authorized by a special permit. Buildings within the vicinity of the project site are typically mixed-use loft buildings ranging from 3 to 8 stories in height, with a variety of uses, including ground floor retail, warehouses, restaurants, offices, JLWQA, Use Group 2 residential units. Next slide, please. The site is a 5,000 square foot lot on the west side of Mercer Street between Grand Street to the north and Canal Street to the south. The building on the site is an approximately 23,800 square foot, 5-story former manufacturing loft building constructed in the mid-19th century. The building rises 79 feet without setback, and existing built FAR is approximately 4.76. There are 2 commercial units on the ground floor and cellar, occupied by use group 6 retail uses operating out of conformance with zoning, and DOB has been made aware of this use violation. There are currently 7 interim multiple dwellings, or IMDs, undergoing legalization as JLWQA under the jurisdiction of the Loft Board, 1 on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 3rd floor, 2 on the 4th floor, and 2 on the 5th floor. In addition, there's a commercial unit on the 2nd floor occupied by an office use. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to legalize the 2 use group 6 retail units on the 1st floor, totaling 4,700 square feet. Next slide. And approximately 4,800 square feet in the cellar. No new construction is being proposed as far as the cellar and 1st floor use waivers. Next slide, please. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new 6th floor penthouse addition, which would be appurtenant to one of the 5th floor JLWQA units. The penthouse would measure 1,384 square feet, but because 496 square feet of the 5th floor mezzanine would be removed to accommodate the enlargement, there would only be a net floor area increase of 888 square feet. The 5th floor JLWQA associated with this penthouse enlargement is not currently rent regulated, but the other JLWQA units in the building are rent regulated and will not be disturbed as part of this project. Next slide, please. This is a section view of the new penthouse enlargement. The proposal would add 7 feet 8 inches to the height of the building and an additional 0.18 FAR. Next slide, please. This is a section showing both waiver areas. The proposed enlargement would be within the building's bulk envelope created by the sky exposure plane and other required setbacks. There would be no increase in the number of dwelling units. Next slide, please. This is a diagram showing the height and bulk of the West Mercer Street block face between Canal and Grand Streets. The proposed massing is consistent with other buildings in the area. The building to the north, 11 Mercer, has ground floor retail with JLWQA above, and the building to the south, 3 Mercer, has ground floor retail and residential above. Next slide, please. As a condition of issuance of the special permit for a use modification, the applicant must submit a program of continuing maintenance, and on March 30th of 2018, the LPC voted to issue a favorable report to the Commission in favor of this application, affirming that a program of continuing maintenance has been established and that it contributes to a preservation purpose. At the same time, a certificate of appropriateness for the penthouse addition was also issued. Additionally, the project does not exceed the maximum number of dwelling units permitted. In addition to this condition, the Commission must make 2 findings. 1, that the requested bulk modification has minimal adverse effects on the structures or open space in the vicinity in terms of scale, location, and access to light and air. And the second finding is that the proposed use modifications have minimal adverse effects on the conforming uses both within the building and in the surrounding area. Next slide, please. To summarize, the applicant is requesting a special permit pursuant to 74-711 of the zoning resolution to modify the use regulations of M15B zoning districts to legalize the use group 6 retail uses on the 1st floor and cellar, and to modify the floor area regulations to allow a penthouse enlargement in a building containing JLWQA. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Questions? Not seeing any raised hands. Actually, Commissioner Villalobos.
My question really just has to do, is there an overall plan to rehabilitate the building or just particular items that we're considering?
So as part of the program of continuing maintenance and the certificate of appropriateness, they have submitted a plan to, you know, continually keep up the exterior of the building. But I don't believe there are any major changes proposed. And that will all be memorialized in the restrictive declaration that's signed together with this change.
So no other facade improvements are currently contemplated?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll definitely get back to you on that just to confirm.
Okay. And how long have those retail uses been in existence?
Per the applicant, at least since 2009, but they will be able to speak more to that at the hearing.
Okay, great, thank you.
And not seeing any other raised hands, we will certify this application.
Thank you.
Okay. The fourth item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendment in the Bronx Community District 4, and our presenter is Michael Cavallaro.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, commissioners. Wait for the presentation to load here. Okay. This is an application for a project at 1099 Webster Avenue in Bronx Community District 4. Next slide, please. The applicant for the application is Webster 1099 Realty, LLC, and the actions requested are a zoning map change and a zoning text amendment, which I'll go through in more detail. Next slide, please. The project is located at the eastern extreme of Bronx Community District 4, near the boundary with Community District 3. Bronx Community District 4 is home to some 142,000 people, 54% of whom are rent burdened. The median household income in the district is $24,000. Next slide, please. The project is located on the western block frontage of Webster Avenue between East 166th Street and East 167th Street. The surrounding area is located in the East Concourse neighborhood of Bronx Community District 4, although the neighborhood is very close to both the Melrose and the Morsania neighborhoods to the south and to the east, respectively. The proposed rezoning area is located in a transitional area with predominantly residential land uses to the west, which is on the top of the screen for reference, and predominantly commercial and automotive uses to the east towards the Metro North rail line. Further east beyond the rail line, at the southernmost portion of the screen, the land uses are more varied with a mix of warehouse facilities, commercial retail establishments, houses of worship, automotive uses, some vacant lots, as well as some smaller and mid-sized multifamily residential buildings. As far as public transit, the subway is accessible about a half mile to the west of here at the B&D station at the corner of 167th Street and the Grand Concourse. South of the project site, about a quarter of a mile, is the Melrose stop on the Metro North line, the Harlem line. There are also 3 bus lines that run fairly close to the project site. The first is the BX41 Select Bus Service, which runs north-south along Webster Avenue. There's also the BX35, which runs east-west along 167th Street. And then again, near the Metro North Station, about a quarter of a mile south, is the BX6 Select Bus Service. In terms of open spaces, there are several open spaces within close proximity to the site. These include the Arcia Playground to the south, the Mott Playground to the west, the Estella Diggs Playground about 4 blocks to the east across the rail line, and the Railroad Park Playground, or Railroad Park, apologies, which is immediately adjacent to the Melrose Station for Metro North. I would note that the area immediately to the southwest of the proposed rezoning area is the Clay Avenue Historic District, which consists of 2 block fronts on Clay Avenue between East 165th Street and East 166th Street. That district was mapped in 1994 and contains 32 residential buildings constructed between 1901 and 1910. There are also a number, or have been a number, of rezoning actions in the area since 2003. These include the Morsania rezoning in 2003, the Melrose Commons North rezoning to facilitate the Bronx Music Heritage Center that was recently completed in 2015, Boricua Village, Melrose Commons URA in 2007, and the 161st Street rezoning in 2009. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is located in an existing M11 district that encompasses the areas between essentially the mid-block between Clay Avenue and Webster Avenue, extending across the rail line to about the mid-block between Park Avenue and Washington, and then extending north up to 168th Street and south down to 163rd Street. The area immediately to the west of the proposed rezoning area is a large R71 district with C14 and C24 commercial overlays mixed throughout. And then the area further to the east of the M11 district, I would note, is an existing mixed-use district, M11 R72 district. Next slide, please. Here we have a few images showing the block front in question. The upper left-hand image is looking from the corner of East 166th Street and Webster Avenue towards the site. The sort of mid-rise buildings you see in the middle are the existing walk-up buildings that front Clay Avenue on the other side of the block. The taller building in the background is the Triborough Center, which provides a mix of rehabilitation and nursing services. The surface parking lot you see on the corner is part of the proposed development site, as well as the first few buildings just to the north of that. The second image in the upper right-hand corner is sort of from the opposite end of the block, looking south from East 167th Street. Here you can see some of the existing retail on the corner of East 167th and Webster Avenue. In the background, on the left-hand side of the image, is a supportive housing structure that rises 9 stories just on the south side of East 166th Street. The lower left-hand image is looking west towards Clay Avenue, or the structures that front Clay Avenue there. And then finally, the lower right-hand image, just a little bit more context from the south. There again, you can see the 9-story supportive housing building here looking towards the north again. That building will be right across from the southern portion of the proposed development. Next slide, please. The applicant in this case is seeking a zoning change from an M11, R71, R71/C14 to an R7X C24 district. I would just note a subtlety here. Given the 100-foot mapping from Webster Avenue, while most of the site is an existing M11 district, approximately a 10-foot sliver at the back, at the western edge of the rezoning area, is picking up that R71, and then the R71 with the C14 overlay on it. Next slide, please. In addition to the zoning map amendment, the applicant is also proposing to map MIH area option 1. Option 1 requires that 25% of residential floor area, or about 60 units in this case, be provided at an average of 60% of AMI, with 10% at 40% AMI, and no units exceeding 130% of AMI. Next slide, please. So these actions would facilitate the development of 2 buildings, totaling 238 units. The first building, Building A, which is shown in the lighter yellow here, would rise 9 stories. And the second building, Building B, which is in the mid-block, would rise approximately 11 stories. Both buildings together would make up 280,000 gross square feet of floor area, with about 30,000 square feet of ground floor retail. The commercial parking requirement would require that 30 spaces be provided. The applicant team is also proposing to provide 43 accessory parking spaces for the residential uses. I would note that this is in a transit zone, and as the applicant is proposing providing all of the units ultimately as affordable units, no parking spaces would be required for the residential units. All of the parking spaces would be below grade. Next slide, please. Here we have an image showing the elevation of the 2 buildings. So again, here you can see the 9-story Building A and the 11-story Building B. Because the applicant is seeking ELA financing for this project, they are required to provide units for the formerly homeless. In this case, they're proposing 36 units for the formerly homeless, as well as a mix of units ranging from 27% AMI to 77% AMI, again, with the ground floor commercial in this case. The mix of units would be predominantly one bedroom, about 132 units, with about 72 units, two bedroom units, and about 22 three bedroom units, as well as 12 studios. Next slide, please. So just to recap again, the applicant is seeking a zoning text amendment and a zoning map amendment to facilitate the construction of two buildings totaling 238 affordable units, with the districts being mapped from an M11, R71, R71, C14 to an R7X, C24. And just to close out here, a couple of renderings to give you a better feel for what is proposed. On the left-hand side is the 9-story building A. And you can sort of see a sliver on the far left-hand side of the image, which is the existing supportive housing building just to the south of East 166th Street, which also rises to 9 stories. And then on the right-hand side, you can see a rendering from the mid-block looking south to give you an idea of the 11-story structure with the massing as it's been proposed to be broken up. And then just the next slide, please. Here on the last slide is a final rendering taken from a vantage point hovering somewhat over the Metro North Rail line back towards the project site. Here you can see on the left-hand side, East 166th Street, Webster Avenue in the front, and then just for context, that larger building in the back again is the Triborough Center, which rises to 13 stories. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioner Delahoo's.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you repeat again the bedroom mix and then so this is really going to be divided into the two buildings. And it would just be helpful when this comes back to kind of have that unit breakdown by building.
Sure.
As well.
Sure. I'll repeat what I have for both buildings today, but I'll also be sure to convey to the applicant team that it would be helpful to have it by building. For both combined, the unit breakdown is 132 one-bedroom units, 72 two-bedroom units, 22 three-bedroom units, and then 12 studio units.
Great. And the other question I have, and this is probably, a better question for Commissioner Ortiz to ask, but I mean, I think 30,000 square feet of retail space, I think is what you said.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what the potential uses are. Not insignificant amount. Obviously, it's a long area.
Yeah.
I just don't know how realistic it is to occupy all of that with true retail uses at this moment in time.
I'll share with you what was shared with me by the applicant team, which they see it as a mix of local neighborhood serving uses, food, convenience, goods, pharmacy, that sort of thing that I understand the question and can convey it to the applicant team as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, this application is certified. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, the fifth item on our agenda is a non-ULURP referral of a citywide zoning text amendment. This amendment is part of a very wide and wider resiliency effort. And so to that effect, we have the Director of Waterfront Planning, Michael Morella, who will kick off the presentation, and then Manuela Payadeco and Jean Yu will be presenting the proposal. So Michael.
Actually, I was going to make a few comments in advance. This really is an exciting day for the department. If you look at what is on the agenda, there are so many city-sponsored initiatives ranging from the borough-based jails to Governor's Island. And now this item and the next three are ones specifically sponsored by the Department of City Planning. Because today we're launching the public review process for the department's zoning for coastal flood resiliency. And it is difficult to overstate the significance of this proposal. The rising flood risk that we see in New York City requires that we face the future and use absolutely all of the tools that we have available to ensure that our families and our businesses are as safe as they can be. Zoning and land use regulations are key to ensuring that new homes and reconstructed homes and buildings are better able to withstand storms and can also be reoccupied after a major economic shock. For example, the COVID-19 shock that we're living through right now. The department's proposal is geared at making this happen. In New York City, some 800,000 people live in the expanded New York City floodplain that's covered by the department's proposed rules. And to give a sense of scale, that's more people than live in Boston or twice as many people as live in New Orleans. The proposal that Michael and team are about to present is the result of nearly 8 years of planning, research, and public engagement. And the level of public engagement that went into this proposal sets a high watermark for outreach, both in the breadth, but also in the creativity of the public outreach. And you'll hear a bit about that in the presentation. This zoning proposal underlines the critical import of the department's strategic planning work, in which we focus so keenly on action-oriented approaches to the most cross-cutting issues of citywide significance. And in this instance, it's the issue of coastal flood resiliency. So Michael, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lago. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and to start the formal public review of a process that has had quite an incubation period. Before talking about zoning for coastal flood resiliency and the accompanying local projects, I want to take a moment to take a step back and talk a little bit about how this work fits into the larger work of the agency, how it relates to other projects that the Commission has already reviewed and approved, and to provide that in the lens of the policy that continues to evolve on our resiliency work. Next slide, please. Before I jump into that, it's important to note that we're quickly approaching the 8th anniversary of Hurricane Sandy, which was, of course, a devastating event for the city. 43 New Yorkers lost their lives. 6,500 patients had to be evacuated from hospitals and nursing homes. Nearly 90,000 buildings were in the inundation zone. Close to 2 million New Yorkers lost power, and there was roughly $19 billion of damage. Next slide, please. And while the event itself was devastating, there were also some incredibly important lessons learned from this. One of the most important lessons was that building codes and our standards are really so incredibly important. Sandy reinforced that resilient buildings can reduce risks to severe flood events, and these two photos demonstrate that well. They're both located, both of these photos are buildings located on the Rockaway Peninsula. The one on the left is in Neponset. That was an older home where the the floodwaters came up, and the waves eroded the foundation of the building, and the entirety of the structure collapsed. This required a tear down of the building and a complete reconstruction. Just a couple of miles away, a little further east in Arbor by the Sea, the buildings on the right were able to withstand that storm damage. Reason being is that they were built to a higher elevation. The entire site was raised up, and the buildings themselves were built more resiliently. If you look very closely at the garage door on the building shown on the right, you'll see that the floodwaters came roughly about a foot up onto the building. And the first floor of the building, where you can see the steps leading up to the front door, were just about at that level or a little higher. And think about this from the perspective of the two homeowners. The homeowner in Neponset had to completely rebuild their building, their home, and the years that it took to rebuild their home whereas the homeowners on the right were able to reoccupy that building shortly after the storm. And that's the incredibly important type of distinction that can be made based on resilient building design. Next slide, please. That's a lesson that we've learned during Hurricane Sandy, but it's also a lesson that has been shown based on FEMA's own data time and time again. This is from a New York Times article from last year about Hurricane Michael that flattened the Florida Panhandle, and the images of Mexico Beach, Florida. You can see in that photo, blocks upon blocks were wiped out by the hurricane, with the exception of that one building shown in the foreground. That building was built to more resilient standards, and that's the distinction that resilient building design can make. Next slide, please. Now, to talk about New York City's flood risk, it's important to recognize what's already in our flood zone. So today, with what FEMA defines as the 1% annual chance floodplain, there are roughly 400,000 residents living there today, roughly 80,000 buildings. As Marisa mentioned, the 400,000 residents today is the population of a good-sized American city like Cleveland or New Orleans. With sea level rise, we anticipate the geography of the floodplain growing, and using the New York City Panel on Climate Change high-end projections for the 2050s, we anticipate that floodplain encompassing an area that today houses roughly 800,000 residents, or close to the population of Boston, and roughly 122,000 buildings. Next slide, please. I want to compare and contrast that, though, with the type of flood risk that we will be seeing, not from storm events, but from areas of the city that are so low-lying that with sea level rise alone, we could anticipate more regular flooding. This would be the overtopping of the shoreline of the bulkhead or of the shoreline itself, and going onto our streets and other low-lying areas within these neighborhoods. And again, using the New York City Panel on Climate Change projections in the 2020s, 2050s, and 2080s, we can see that the area affected is likely to grow. I keep the 2080s on this slide, but it's really worthwhile to note that by the 2080s, 60 years forward, the projections are really quite a range. And so there's quite a range between the high end 2080s and the lower end projections of the 2080s. And so when there's that type of large gap in those projections, it's important to recognize that there's less certainty with that. And so using the projections for the 2050s is a more realistic planning horizon. And you'll see that by the 2050s, there are areas of the city that would be experiencing flooding, but this type of flooding is really quite different. It doesn't necessarily damage the buildings, but it does make roads impassable, and it could significantly compromise other pieces of infrastructure. Next slide, please. But worth noting that New York City's waterfront is incredibly large. We have 520 miles of waterfront, and it is remarkably diverse. These areas face different flood risks and issues with the current regulatory framework built within our zoning, and require particular strategies to make them resilient. Next slide, please. The work that we're going to be talking about today is, of course, a piece of the larger strategy for coastal resiliency, one that's laid out in 1 NYC. Starting on the far left, there are the coastal strategies, the coastal defenses the city is building along with the state and the federal government to strengthen the shoreline as first line of defense against flooding and sea level rise. There's the work that we are doing today and have been doing, addressing our building stock and making certain our buildings are designed to withstand and recover from flooding. There's the work of protecting our infrastructure from climate hazards. And there's making certain that residents and businesses are prepared. Next slide, please. Now, this work that we're going to be discussing today is the culmination of work that's been going on for close to 8 years. Immediately after Hurricane Sandy, the mayor established an executive order that allowed homeowners and building owners to build back to the flood elevations described on were advisory maps prepared by FEMA immediately after the storm. that was done as an executive order, and executive orders can only last as long as the, can only last as long as the duration of the emergency itself. And so the Department of City Planning worked quickly to prepare the first flood text in 2013. In 2015, we also established the recovery text, which was to assist the Build It Back program in several of the challenges they were facing. It's worth noting that the first flood text and the recovery text were both intentionally written with sunset clauses, which Manuel will talk about in just a moment. Concurrent with that, all of that work, we also undertook 4 topic-based studies and 10 neighborhood studies that we refer to as the Resilient Neighborhood Program. All of that work, in sum, helps inform our citywide and local zoning changes, including the zoning for coastal flood resiliency proposal, the special coastal risk districts that were first established in 2017 and mapped in sections of Queens and Staten Island, and the other additional neighborhood studies that we'll be discussing today. Next slide, please. Now, through this work, we have developed what we refer to as the land use and flood risk spectrum, which is to say that different areas of the city face such different risks, and the land use context in these neighborhoods also vary greatly. And so what's right in one area may not be the right approach in others. But starting on the far left, where flood risk is exceptional, including where sea level rise will lead to daily tidal flooding, we see it appropriate in some instances to limit density. In those areas, there's a need to limit future density to decrease the exposure to damage and disruption. This is particularly the case when our infrastructure is unable to be readily adapted to address that risk. On the far right-hand side of the spectrum, where risk from extreme events can be managed through infrastructure and context can support growth, we seek to encourage density. In these areas, the city can encourage new development as a means of increasing the resilient building stock. But in the vast majority of the city's flood zone, the areas where the vast majority of those 400,000 residents currently live, we see that the zoning that's described within the zoning resolution today generally makes sense, and we want to adjust zoning to allow buildings to meet the resiliency standards by providing flexibility and removing zoning obstacles so that those buildings can be retrofitted or rebuilt at generally the planned densities, but with a more resilient building form. Next slide, please. Now, let me take a moment to explain how a couple of past decisions by the City Planning Commission relate to that spectrum. And I'll start with showing 2 sites that are located in Queens. The first, Broad Channel, the island shown on the left in the middle of Jamaica Bay, and the Peninsula Hospital site located on the eastern Rockaways, but in the central spine of the Rockaway Peninsula itself. Next slide, please. To start with Broad Channel, the site is entirely within the 1% annual chance floodplain, including areas subject to high velocity wave action. The area already experiences periodic tidal flooding, a condition that is likely to worsen with sea level rise. And the image on the right shows that. This image is not from a storm event, but just from a supermoon high tide, which led to flooding of the streets, making passage along the streets difficult, if not impossible. The island as a whole, even during dry weather, has limited vehicular access to and from the neighborhood, one road north and one road south, leading off island. Zoning was updated in 2017 to limit increasing the population in this highly vulnerable area. That was with the Special Coastal Risk District. It's also worth noting that the city is investing $48 million in street and bulkhead raising in the neighborhood to address the type of flooding that we see on the image on the right. Next slide, please. Contrasting that, though, with the Peninsula Hospital site, this was a private rezoning adopted last year to support the creation of new affordable housing, roughly 2,000 units, and commercial and community facilities. The entirety of the site is within the 1% annual chance floodplain, but the center of the site, and it's a large site, will be graded up above the 1% annual chance floodplain. It will, of course, have to taper down to meet the existing grade of the surrounding streets. All buildings will be designed to meet or exceed flood resilient construction standards. But importantly, and this is the larger planning context, the site is located within an established residential area and near critical infrastructure that supports the Rockaway Peninsula's population as a whole. Next slide, please. And so that now leads to where we are at the moment with the proposal for zoning for coastal flood resiliency, which is to encourage resiliency throughout the city's current and future floodplains, and the local actions which grow out of the resilient neighborhood studies for Garretson Beach, Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn, and Old Howard Beach in Queens. And with that, let me turn it over to Manuela.
Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting alongside with my colleague, Jean, the proposed citywide text amendment, zoning for coastal flood resiliency. Next slide, please. So this project proposes updates to Article 6, Chapter 4 of the zoning resolution, where special regulations applying flood hazard areas can be found, and other related sections across the ZR, such as the special regulations applying the waterfront area located in Article 6, Chapter 2. So before I start, I'll just note that we will be presenting a shorter deck on the proposal elements in order to be mindful of everyone's time, but we would welcome questions about all the project elements that we sent in advance. We will have slides here in the appendix that help such items if there are questions about them. So the longer presentation can also be found by the public online in our website webpage. Sorry, in our project webpage. Next slide, please. So this part of the presentation will be split into two separate sections. I'll start with the brief introduction so I can provide you with an overview of the current regulatory framework that we learned through our process about zoning issues that communities have been facing since Hurricane Sandy. And then next, Jean and I will present the proposal separated into 4 sections, each one highlighting a set of proposed provisions that help address each of the 4 goals. Next slide, please. So starting with introduction, next slide. Zoning for coastal flood resiliency is a central tool in encouraging resilient buildings and will help those living and working in the floodplain reduce damage from future coastal flood events, be resilient in the long term by accounting for climate change, and potentially save on long-term flood insurance costs. It would also assist with disaster recovery by setting a framework for emergency situations, whether they be like Hurricane Sandy or the present situation with the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. So the main issue we're trying to fix here is that historically, the zoning resolution rarely considered the issues caused by coastal flooding. It was only after the city joined the National Flood Insurance Program in 1983 that communities asked the city to adopt certain height and floor area flexibility so development could occur in the floodplain without making property owners lose a portion of their development rights to construct or making their buildings safe. Next slide. However, as you all are familiar with, it was largely after Hurricane Sandy when many buildings were severely damaged and had to be brought into compliance with standards in New York City's building code that other zoning barriers were uncovered. So to explain that better, let's start with an overview of what the city's building code currently requires. Next slide, please. The regulations governing buildings in the flood zone are located in Appendix G of the New York City Building Code. Compliance with such rules is generally required for new buildings constructed in the flood zone and for existing buildings that are being significantly modified. Either they were substantially damaged or are being substantially altered or improved. Next slide. So these regulations, they depend upon the building's location in the flood zone, its uses, and where these uses are situated in relation to the expected flood elevation of a 1% type of storm, plus additional freeboard to account for additional safety. This elevation is known in the code as the design flood elevation, or DFE, as you can see here on the slide. So for residential uses, which you can see here in this diagram on the left, all spaces must be elevated above the DFE, and any space below must be wet flow proofed, which is when you allow the water to come in and out of the structure. That space can only be used for parking, storage, or building access. Subgrade spaces are prohibited, and if existing, they need to be filled up to the lowest adjacent grade. On the diagram on the right, you can see a mixed-use structure. Non-residential uses must also be elevated, or they do have the option to be located below the DFE, provided that the space is dry flood-proofed when you don't allow water to come in the structure. The same applies for spaces below grade. While this strategy allows users to be located close to the sidewalk level, they may be hindered in situations with high water tables or in instances when the structure is not able to sustain horizontal loads caused by the floodwaters. Next slide. So these regulations, they became widely applicable soon after the storm, and they pose conflicts with the zoning resolution in three main key areas: rules that regulate where certain uses shall be located, bulk regulations that govern the size and shape of buildings, and finally, how resilient buildings interface with the public realm. Next slide. So the two text amendments that the city adopted post-Sandy on an emergency basis helped address these issues. However, as Michael mentioned, these rules are already expiring. The 2013 flood text is set to expire 1 year after the adoption of new flood insurance rate maps by FEMA, which is targeted to be released in 2024. And the 2015 recovery text already expired on July this year. If these rules are not made permanent, it could hinder the protection of existing vulnerable buildings and disincentivize resiliency measures in new construction, ultimately leading to less resilient neighborhoods. So next slide, please. While zoning for coastal flood resiliency will be making permanent many of those regulations, it would also build upon lessons learned from our recovery process. Next. Through several years, Michael was mentioning this, we conducted citywide research about resiliency strategies of different building types and studied 10 neighborhoods that were severely impacted by the storm. From this work, we gathered insights from stakeholders and partner city agencies, which helped us uncover additional zoning barriers to resilient construction. Next slide, please. However, we took our public engagement further and briefed more than 3,000 stakeholders across all boroughs through different forms of outreach, from detailed presentations about our research findings to elected officials and the technical community, to community workshops and other types of public events. Next slide. We also created a set of tools that could be easily distributed across the floodplain to broadly share information about the city's flood risk, flood insurance requirements, building code, and zoning regulations available in areas at high risk of flooding. But I want to zoom in a little bit on our workshops. Next slide, please. Our community workshops were key in identifying neighborhood priorities and individual needs regarding making buildings safe to coastal storms. Our goal was twofold. First, to educate the community on flood risk and the range of regulations that are required and available to them in the flood zone. But second, and more importantly, learn from the residents and the technical community how they envision the buildings where they live, work, or help design being more resilient, in order to help us identify very specific issues with our zoning rules that need to be fixed so they can realize that vision. Next slide, please. So now I want to pause for a second on this slide. One of the main issues that was highlighted to us was the fact that many residents that had their homes retrofitted to Appendix G regulations post-Sandy weren't able to have their home elevation account for sea level rise projections, or even meet sand inundation height, which was higher than the DFE in many parts of the city. Participants also claimed that such additional elevation could have assisted them in reducing flood insurance costs, as well as relocate living spaces often located within basements above harm's way. Next slide. We also realized that our rules are predominantly focused in low-density residential areas, and they less effectively address the wide variety of conditions found in the city's floodplain, leading to inacceptable outcomes. So to explain that better, our current rules mostly assisted buildings that can be physically elevated, such as detached houses. Attached homes and multifamily buildings were not sufficiently addressed since they must evacuate spaces below the DFE and relocate them on top of the structure. Businesses were also not sufficiently addressed as they rely on high visibility from sidewalks to be viable, but also because many heavily rely on sellers or for being a grade for operations. Next slide. We also ended up not assisting all types of neighborhoods across the city's floodplain. Certain older neighborhoods that don't match our current rules, either use or bulk regulations, did not get enough relief, so buildings in these areas could also be made safer. Rules that gave additional height and allowed certain spaces to be exempted from floor area to support better resilient designs, they varied by flood level, leading to unintended and inactable outcomes. Our streetscape regulations also had inconsistent applicability, particularly in medium and high density districts where impacts to the streetscape were insufficiently addressed. Next slide. Lastly, considering what we as a city have been through Hurricane Sandy and considering the current status with the pandemic, we realize that there are rules that need to be readily available quickly after a disaster strikes. So this text amendment could be one way to get closer to the city's overall disaster preparedness. Next slide, please. So now I'll get into the explanation of the proposal. Next slide. After our long process of studying the floodplain and engaging with so many stakeholders and the community on a wide set of issues, we were able to establish 4 overarching goals that help us move from Sandy recovery to a longer-term resiliency strategy. Next slide. So first of all, we know that the floodplain community wants to be able to prepare buildings for flooding, even if they're not located in what FEMA determines to be the current high-risk flood zone, especially those located in the areas that face moderate risk of flooding and that did experience coastal flooding from Sandy. Second, people also want the option to raise their occupiable space a little higher than the current flood level that FEMA projects. Again, this is because they have seen higher flood levels and expect the risk to grow in the future. When people are undertaking big investments to reconstruct floors where they live, they only want to do that once. And speaking of that big investment that one has to pursue when fully retrofitting to resiliency standards, the third point is crucial here. Residents and business owners are seeking options to invest in resiliency incrementally, so it's more affordable. They want options like moving their mechanical equipment to a higher elevation without necessarily triggering the requirement to raise or fully flood-proof the structure. Lastly, after undertaking 2 zoning updates to resiliency, we know that we need a way for the city to be nimbler in responding to future events that might require rebuilding homes or even other forms of recovery. So this part of the presentation will be structured as follows. For each goal, I'll present a set of themes that help achieve them. Within each theme, we'll go over a selection of a set of regulations that we are proposing to help advance such goal, as you can see here, a summary on the slide. Next slide. So starting with goal number 1, which speaks to the text applicability of the proposed regulations. It is important to note that these regulations are optional and will be facilitating buildings to meet or even exceed Appendix G minimum requirements. Next slide. So the project would expand the applicability of the current text to a broader set of buildings that are also exposed to flooding in the event of a coastal storm. Next slide. We would do this by allowing any lot located within both the 1% and the 0.2% annual chance floodplains to apply the proposed special rules that help enable resiliency at the building scale. The 0.2 floodplain serves as a proxy for the high-end projection of the 2050's 1% annual chance floodplain, allowing the city to advance resiliency in the longer term. This would allow those living in these areas to proactively undertake resilience improvements, even if not required by building code. And now it's actually a good time to pause to explain that this presentation will be generally structured as you can see here on the slide. Existing regulations are on your left and proposed regulations on your right, and we note when something is new, being updated, or stays the same on the top right corner of the page. Next slide. So now moving forward with goal number 2, the section will illustrate regulations that will be available only if the building fully complies with Appendix G of the building code. and is split into 5 separate subcategories. I'll present half, and then my colleague Jean will present the other half in the next scope. So starting with building envelope on the next slide. This set of rules would allow building owners to physically elevate habitable spaces and other building support features above expected flood elevation. Next. Currently, the 2013 flood text allows the maximum building height to be measured from the design flood elevation, which we call as the flood resistant construction elevation, or FRCE, in the zoning regulations. However, this is only for buildings in the 1% floodplain, which have a designated DFE in the building code. Therefore, we will be setting a minimum flood elevation of 2 feet to buildings in the 0.2% floodplain, so that they also have a minimum flood elevation standard that they can use as a basis for resilient construction. Next slide. Aside from this height flexibility, the current rules also allowed extra heights in situations where buildings were located in areas with expected high flood elevations. This was to allow buildings to have a more useful ground floor. However, we learned over time that it also helps with longer-term resiliency, as it adds an extra measure of safety. So heights today, they can be bumped to 9, 10, or 12 feet, depending on the building's use and zoning district, making it a highly complex framework. And because its applicability depends on the BFE level, slight topography changes on the street, they lead to inconsistent outcomes that benefit some buildings more than others. Therefore, the proposal would make those height allowances more consistent and actively distributed, so more buildings can be prepared in the longer term and incorporate sea level rise projections into their building's design. So to create a consistent framework for height measurement that addresses these issues, the proposal would allow building heights to be measured from a new reference plane that can be placed up to 10 feet above grade in the 1% annual chance floodplain, and up to 5 feet in the 0.2% annual chance floodplain. Next slide. But to ensure that the additional height is tied to actual improvement in the building's resiliency, the building would have to locate the floor level of its first story above the flood elevation, either at or above the chosen reference plane height, which is not something that the current rules require. Next slide. And to illustrate the different options that property owners would have, to use any height flexibility, all buildings would have to be fully compliant with Appendix G up to the FRCE. And in addition to that, the first story located at or above the level of flood protection will have to be located at or above the reference plane from which height is measured. This will help encourage buildings to be designed in a way that they can be more easily adapted over time. While this maximum height of the reference plane is 10 feet in the 1% area, buildings in areas where the FRCE is higher than that will continue to be able to measure height from such FRCE level, as you can see here in the diagram on your further right. Next slide. So next, I'll talk about ground floor regulations. The set of rules would help promote good long-term resilient design of buildings and how they meet the sidewalk. Next slide. To help support buildings adapt to climate change in the longer term, the proposal would allow a more consistent floor area exemption for spaces that are wet flood-proofed. The current rules allow such spaces in existing buildings to be exempted, since they can only be used for parking, storage, and building access. This helps buildings become more resilient without having property owners having to lose a chunk of their buildings in the process. Therefore, the proposal would allow such exemption to apply to both new and existing buildings. Next slide. The current rules, which are illustrated here in the slide, also have floor area exemptions for spaces that are dry flood proofed, as to promote active uses to be entirely capped at the street level. There are 2 sets of rules which you can see here. On your left, you can see one set of rules that apply to existing buildings, which could exempt the dry flood proof space, but had a hard time relocating such floor area to recoup the investment of making the building watertight. Another set of rules that you can see on the diagram on the right apply to all buildings, new and existing, and allowed for any space to be exempted from floor area if located more than half below the flood level. We call these spaces cellars, even if they're actually located above grade. The problem with the system is that it ended up resulting in squished ground floors with low ceilings. At the same time, sunken ground floors ended up also being encouraged, since those developing the floodplain would build the floor partly below the sidewalk level to get the floor area exemption. Ultimately, these two floor area exemptions ended up resulting in buildings out of scale, as the floor area that gets exempted can actually be used for non-residential uses when they are dry flood proofed. Next slide. So the proposal would modify these regulations to instead only allow the first 30 feet of a space that is dry flood proofed and capped close to the sidewalk level to be exempted from floor area calculations, provided that the space is used for non-residential uses, complies with minimum transparency requirements, and has a minimal internal clearance. This will help continue to encourage active users to be as close to the sidewalk level as possible to promote a safe and lively pedestrian environment, while also making sure that the resultant designs are not out of scale or of low quality spaces. So now Jean will present streetscape.
Thank you, Manola, and good afternoon, commissioners. Next, please. So continuing the presentation, we will move on to the third item for Goal 2, streetscapes. These provisions will help buildings using the proposal's optional allowances and comply with flood-resistant construction standards to contribute to the surroundings and different neighborhood contexts by a set of streetscape requirements. Next, please. First, starting with the framework for these requirements, I just want to note that this slide only shows the existing rules. To address the concerns of elevated buildings and restrictions of uses of ground floors on the streetscape, the 2013 flood text requires buildings in the floodplain to meet design requirements to mitigate potential blank walls. However, the design options and thresholds that trigger these requirements are different depending on the building type. For example, 1 and 2 family homes, as you see on the left, have to meet a certain number of points depending on the location of the lowest occupiable floor, while multifamily buildings, as you see on the right, have to provide either planting and or lobby depending on either the location of the lowest occupiable floor or the FRCE. Next, please. GCFR is proposing to make this framework consistent across all building types and provide a wider range of design options targeted to mitigate not just blank walls, but also elevated access. With this updated framework, buildings would have to meet 1 or 3 points in the categories of access and or ground floor, depending on the location of the first story above flood elevation. Next, please. So now moving on to the design options that satisfy these points. For the 2013 flood text, the options are only available for 1 and 2 family homes, and they consist of a planter, stair turn, raised yard, uncovered porch, and covered porch. Next, please. The proposed text provides design options for all buildings and are divided into 2 categories, access and ground floor, as mentioned before. For access, some of the added options are, as you see in the orange box, wide stairs, entrance close to grade, recessed access, and multiple entrances. For the ground floor level, the added options are terraced yard, wall treatment, additional fenestration, and accessory residential use. The updated framework gives options for buildings to be more accessible and interact with the street. Next, please. Now moving on to the 4th item, special conditions in the floodplain. In Goal 2, these provisions will offer additional flexibility for special conditions and contexts common in older neighborhoods to allow these communities to also be resilient. I just want to reiterate that the use of these provisions would require buildings to meet flood-resistant construction standards. Next, please. Starting with the bungalow-type neighborhoods prevalent in the floodplain, the 2013 flood text does not provide additional relief for small zoning lots. So to address the tall, skinny, out of context buildings, as shown on the left image, the 2015 recovery text created the cottage envelope provisions to give these existing homes side yard and rear yard reductions in exchange for a shorter height above the FRCE in select geographies. This ensured that the resilient homes could provide better floor layouts and better match their surroundings. ZCFR would continue to allow the cottage envelope provisions for all small lots, whether existing or new, including an allowance for buildings to match their neighboring front yard in exchange for a shorter height above the reference plane. Next, please. As many buildings were built prior to zoning regulations being in place, there are non-complying and non-conforming buildings in the floodplain that may need to become resilient. The underlying text does not allow these buildings to increase the degree of non-compliance even when they are required to be raised for resiliency purposes. The 2013 flood text gives some flexibility for these buildings by allowing them to be retrofitted or reconstructed by raising the lowest habitable floor located above grade to the FRCE and also increase non-compliances. However, most of the homes would have to lose portions of their habitable space to retrofit because it would either exceed the maximum floor area or would not fit within the given height limit. Next, please. To ensure that these buildings can become resilient and not lose habitable spaces, ZCFR would allow these buildings to be retrofitted or reconstructed by relocating the lowest habitable floor to the FRCE or reference plane, provided it complies with certain parameters that control the new compliances. For example, the non-complying height can be adjusted to account for habitable spaces. However, it may not exceed 10% of what's allowed in the district. Next, please. Similarly, for non-conforming buildings, the 2013 flood text allows non-conforming 1- and 2-family homes, except homes in manufacturing and heavy commercial districts, to be reconstructed to the FRCE. However, no additional flexibility was provided for retrofits. The 2015 recovery text gave flexibility for homes in manufacturing districts to be elevated and reconstructed. However, again, these were not enough. The proposed rule would allow more types of buildings with non-conforming uses, including all residences in manufacturing and heavy commercial districts, to be retrofitted or reconstructed to the reference plane. Again, these would come with certain parameters. For example, not allowing an increase to the pre-existing amount of floor area and a limit on height. Next, please. Moving on to the last item of Goal 2, discretionary actions. Understanding that all of the flexibility we're providing still may not cover every building to be resilient, these provisions would give discretionary options to address unique situations to ensure resiliency for all. For example, the existing BSA special permit would be revised to allow the BSA to modify a wider range of zoning rules to ensure buildings could meet flood-resistant construction standards. In addition, a new BSA special permit would be provided that permits ground floor offices in residence districts, where appropriate, to enable more flood-proofing options and usable ground floors, and also benefit the streetscape in these areas. Next, please. Moving on to Goal 3. With a lot of the floodplain already built and building owners facing regulatory obstacles or cost constraints to make their buildings fully comply with flood-resistant construction standards, the provisions in Goal 3 would encourage buildings to become more resilient over time without having to comply with those standards. Next, please. For example, mechanical equipment would have more options to be placed above flood levels, either on open areas or on roofs, instead of in basements or cellars, which make them vulnerable. To provide flexibility atop buildings, bulkhead dimensions will be increased for both new and existing buildings. And to enable the construction of new mechanical buildings on larger campus-style housing sites, as shown in this image, where central equipment into a single structure is often more efficient, permitted obstruction allowances would be provided. Next, please. To provide the flexibility in open areas, updated permitted obstruction regulations would allow mechanical equipment to be placed outside of buildings to address situations where space is constrained or when structures cannot sustain additional loads. The 2013 flood text allows mechanical equipment to be located within open areas, provided that it is screened and that location and height limitations are met. So for example, on the left, the equipment would have to be within 7 feet from a building wall and 5 feet from the lot lines. CCFR would also allow this, but with more flexible location parameters, coverage, and height limitations. So on the right, you can see that the mechanical equipment can be located further from the home and combined with other structures in the yard. Next, please. Moving on to support spaces. DCP's Resilient Retail and Resilient Industry reports highlighted the vulnerability of support spaces in existing buildings. To address these concerns, key spaces that are often located within basements or cellars, especially those that support businesses, such as offices or storage rooms, would also be able to be located above flood levels. Next, please. For example, the underlying regulations limit commercial uses to the ground floor in mixed-use buildings located within low and medium density commercial corridors. CCFR would allow commercial uses on the second story of mixed-use buildings in all commercial corridors, giving businesses the opportunity to move critical business functions like storage and inventory out of basements or cellars to above the flood level, again, improving the long-term resiliency of commercial corridors. The space will still be counted towards floor area and will be included in parking calculations. Next, please. We would also provide greater flexibility for various flood protection measures to be designed and accommodated on a greater range of buildings and sites. In addition to allowing flood panels and structured landscape berms in open areas, a minor floor area exemption would be available for the storage of deployable flood panels on site. Next, please. And lastly, in addition to flexibility we're providing for buildings to be resilient, we would also allow waterfront sites to be able to better accommodate contemporary resiliency measures and address sea level rise. For example, modifications to waterfront yards, visual corridors, and other rules for waterfront sites would enable the design of soft shorelines and bi-level esplanades, helping balance flood resiliency with the public experience and access to the water. These modifications are updates to special regulations applying in the waterfront area located in Article 6, Chapter 2 of the zoning resolution. Now with that, I will hand it back to Manola, who will present the final goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. So now this part of the presentation will be shorter. Next slide, please. I'll speak about our final goal, which differently from the previous regulations, they show rules that would mostly apply on a citywide level. Next, please. And this is because Sandy showed us how areas affected by the storm went beyond the floodplain, especially regarding issues with our energy grid. Just recently, Tropical Storm Isaias left many customers without energy. Being able to provide backup energy is crucial moving forward. And so the proposal will allow power systems, including generators, solar energy systems, fuel cells, batteries, and other energy storage systems, to be considered as permitted obstruction on open areas across all zoning districts to facilitate their installment. Next, please. In addition, ensuring that all areas of the city can easily provide ADA access is important, considering that more and more buildings will need to adapt to climate change and may opt to incorporate resiliency designs. Therefore, the proposal would also provide full consistency across the city for building access by classifying both ramps and lifts as permitted obstructions in all required open areas. Next, please. Another important issue is how disasters, especially those that require the evacuation of residents, impact vulnerable populations. Next slide. Hurricane Sandy and other storms across the nation have exposed the difficulties for facing nursing homes residents in areas of high risk of flooding. nursing homes are licensed to house populations that require continual medical care, but research shows that this dependency can be strained whether nursing homes shelter in place or evacuate prior to a coastal storm event. While all nursing homes in hurricane evacuation zones in the city could be subject to mandatory evacuations during a declared emergency, the city believes it would be appropriate to limit the growth of nursing homes in high-risk areas to lessen the health consequences and logistical challenges of evacuating the residents of these facilities. The proposal will therefore prohibit the development of new nursing homes and restrict the enlargement of existing facilities within the 1% annual chance floodplain and other selected geographies likely to have limited vehicular access because of the storm event, such as islands located off the mainland. Existing facilities would still be able to conduct enlargements so they can continue to do modest improvements, including those that help with resiliency measures. Next slide. Last, Sandy also showed us that a lengthy process to update zoning regulations can present obstacles to the necessarily fast-paced disaster response. The proposal would include rules that could be made available to facilitate the recovery process from future disasters, some of which could be implemented now to help address the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated economic effects. Next slide. While immediately following a disaster, the mayor can issue emergency orders to temporarily remove legislative obstacles to facilitate recovery efforts, including rules from the zoning resolution. That process is limited to the duration of the disaster, which may not be enough for a longer-term recovery. Given this, the proposal would include a series of disaster recovery provisions that could be made available through a text amendment when a disaster occurs. Adding these provisions to the zoning resolution now would offer a useful roadmap to the public, for planners and decision makers when working to the recovery from a disaster. Applicable recovery provisions will be selected based on the issues caused by the disaster and will be available for a limited time period set at the time of the text amendment. The provisions could be limited to designated recovery areas whose extent would be determined based on the disaster's impacts and the city's recovery plans. Next slide. So the set of rules that can be made available are drawn from lessons learned with Sandy recovery and as well as the current pandemic, and therefore would include provisions that help with disasters that lead to physical damage as well as those that don't. Examples of rules that would be listed in this menu of options include modifications to the damage and destruction thresholds set forth in the underlying zoning rules to allow the reconstruction of non-compliant buildings and non-conforming uses, and rules that could also allow uses in zoning districts where they are not typically permitted for a temporary period, allowing the city to better respond to the situation at hand. While these and other rules, which you can see here on the slide, will be included in the zoning resolution now as part of this action, they would not all be triggered as part of this process. Next slide. So considering the situation we are going through right now with COVID, the proposal will be triggering two sets of rules that help provide a more predictable, longer-term method to administer the current recovery efforts. The first one assists users that do not conform with our use regulations to come back to business, even if they're discontinued for more than 2 years, which is the current limitation on grandfathering of much of our uses. The other rule would give applicants that are running out of time with special permits and authorizations that came to the City Planning Commission for approval to get an additional term that so they can complete their original plan of construction. These rules would assist with the medium-term recovery from the pandemic's impact to the economy. So this concludes the presentation of the proposed changes, but just next slide, I have just a couple of notes. Regarding environmental review, a draft generic environmental impact statement was conducted with the Department of City Planning acting on behalf of the City Planning Commission as the lead agency. And the notice of completion for the draft environmental impact statement was issued on October 16 of 2020. The EIS does not identify significant adverse impacts. Next slide. In terms of next steps, the citywide text amendment is being proposed to follow the ULURP clock. In parallel with the 3 local actions that presentation will follow, to simplify the review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuela and Jean and Michael. That is just a motherload of useful information. So appreciate your breaking it down with such clarity. And if the rest of the commission is as stunned as I am, it might take a few seconds to formulate questions. I see we have Commissioner Marin. We're not hearing you, Commissioner Marin.
I can see him, his lips moving, and maybe I'll ask Saki to reach out and see if we can get him his audio on. Yeah. Hold on.
Perhaps while we wait, we could turn to Commissioner Burney, and then we'll come right back to you, Commissioner Marin.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, Commissioner Marin gets his audio working. So, you know, as Chair said, there's so much information there, it's hard to even know where to start, and I need a lot of time to just look at it. But what an impressive piece of work, I have to say. All credit to you guys. It's incredibly thorough, very well thought through, very complex issue. I guess I do have, you know, a couple of sort of broader context questions that you may not even be able to answer. But one is, you know, if we're limiting the development of nursing homes in flood zones, why aren't we limiting all development in flood zones? We're spending enormous amounts of money to protect these buildings from areas that are going to face increasing devastation, not just from storm surge, but from overall sea level rise. And an awful lot of the climate scientists are now talking not about spending billions of dollars on resiliency, but spending money thinking about relocation, which is ultimately, you know, the reality we face for some of the, at least some of these local coastal communities.
I think if you would put up that chart, which shows the spectrum of how we thought about it.
I think it's very near the front of this presentation.
It's slide 11, I believe. If I could jump in, though, I would say that nursing homes really are a special category. That nursing homes are unusual insofar as the residents of nursing homes are in are so dependent on care that there's a significant problem. One slide before this, I believe. There's a problem, this slide, thank you. There's a problem if the nursing home residents were to shelter in place during a storm, which would likely lead to the inability of staff to get in and out of the facility thereafter, get new medicines, get foods and other supplies after a storm. Moreover, and it's been shown that there's also a risk associated with relocating those residents in advance of a storm. That the continuity of care of nursing home residents is compromised by switching them to other facilities, even in the advance of a storm. So that really puts them in a very different category than the vast majority of the rest of the residents of New York City and in our flood zones.
Yeah, no, I can see that that's clearly the case, and one would think other healthcare facilities as well. But, you know, I'm just thinking about those communities in general. I mean, you show wet-proofed and dry-proof buildings, but you show cars in front of those buildings, and those cars are definitely totaled once the water comes in. And you can't even get to the buildings that are flooding because the streets are full of water. So, you know, there's a long-term issue about the habitability of some of these low-lying coastal communities that we seem to be in denial about.
I would say that we're certainly not in denial, since that's precisely why we're seeking to limit density in the most vulnerable of those communities, and the establishment of the special coastal risk districts in the neighborhoods like Broad Channel and Hamilton Beach in Queens, which are among the lowest lying areas of the habited areas of the city.
Okay, so when you say limit density, apart from nursing homes, what does that mean?
So, well, nursing homes, I would say, are a category in and of themselves. This is more about the scale of the neighborhood, the densities within the scale of the neighborhood. That within these neighborhoods, and this is about the tool of zoning in particular, we're seeking to limit density. The steps thereafter, particularly in the lowest lying areas, are ones where discussion has to still occur. There's more planning work beyond the land use tools of the City Planning Commission that have to be discussed to determine the long-term future of these neighborhoods. But I would emphasize that it's long-term, and these are communities. Unlike other areas of the country where it's limited to largely residential or even second homes, in those areas, that decision about the long-term future is perhaps easier than in communities in New York City, where they are in fact true communities, where you have homes, schools, libraries, places of worship, et cetera, and go back several generations, I may add, that make the conversations about the futures of these neighborhoods a bit more complicated than just in a risk equation alone.
Right. All the more reason to think about and plan for them. I mean, there are examples in other parts of the country where this is actually happening, and the question is, how do you deal in a humanistic way with the issue of an entire community being flooded, and how do you work on that? All I'm saying is that's maybe not the context that we're talking today, but I just think in the longer term, that's really a serious question.
Absolutely, I would agree with you.
I think also that having taken this step with respect to nursing homes, which, as Michael pointed out, have such special challenges, it does then also raise the question, other uses as we get more experience, are there other uses that categorically present higher risks? This was one that our research brought to our attention and was one of the few places where we felt comfortable just saying categorically should not be allowed in the flood zone. Commissioner Marin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, he's back.
Good. So, I worked on many homes out in Staten Island after Superstorm Sandy, and a couple of the slides that you showed kind of gave me pause. One was the issue of building back a home and not being able to increase square footage in an area where there is footage left on the table. So you specifically showed that when you talked about homes in manufacturing districts, or you were able to raise them, but you're not able to add any FAR that may be left on the table. So that sort of is a concern, because I know that there were issues around that when we were rebuilding. The other issues that we encountered were homes that were oversized and needed to be rebuilt back at the allowable square footage on the current zoning. There were many concerns around that. And then the last concern that I saw from the slides is, I know you talked about how the first floors, specifically of residential homes, can be used for parking. And I saw a vestibule going up. I also saw that the back portion of the home was not really identified as what can be done with that, other than on another slide, you showed how the bulk mass was transferred up to the third floor. So I guess my question is, are there anything going to be put in zoning to specifically delineate that the first floor has to be, because basically it's wet flood proof because the water's going to go through it. Nothing livable, no livable space can be there other than a car. But how do we address the vestibule area when it's enclosed? So those are the kind of the four concerns that I have, having worked on Sandy. And just want to make sure that there's some thought given to that because there were some concerns as we were rebuilding.
Michael or Manuela, did you want to address that now?
Yeah, I can probably address some of them. Jean, please feel free to chime in. But regarding the non-conforming homes in the floor area, so the idea is that, you know, whatever you have in terms of floor area, if you're non-conforming use, that's when the floor area is limited to what you had. For any other case, if you are a complying or conforming building, you can always, you know, match your allowed FAR in the district. So I wanted to clarify that in case it wasn't clear. So non-conforming floor area is difficult because you have, let's say, a residential space in a manufacturing district where you don't allow residential. So the idea here is if you have a house there, you can continue to have the same amount of square footage after you make that house safer and meet the flood resistant construction standards. So that's one of them. I missed the second question. I don't know if it was about floor area exemptions, but regarding the wet flow proofing question, so vestibules, if they are wet flow proofed as well, so if it's for access or storage, those would also be exempted from floor area calculations, considering that spaces is not habitable. So then developers, homeowners, anyone that is trying to retrofit a structure doesn't bump into having to reduce the amount of habitable space in order to then, you know, match building code standards and make the base of the building wet flow proofed. And that's, you know, a requirement for, as I pointed out, for all residential only structures. So we want to be very mindful of that.
Sure. The one other question was the homes in the manufacturing district that can't add FAR if they have FAR. Why? Why would that be the case?
So yeah, so technically those homes, you know, the zoning lot itself would have manufacturing FAR.
Got it.
That they could build. They can always build a conforming use and use the FAR they have. But considering what we heard a lot, and we were able to flag around 800 buildings in this situation in the floodplain in the 1% and 0.2, they're actually houses in very tiny lots that would unlikely be able to develop as industrial uses. And all people want to do is be able to also elevate the house or reconstruct to resiliency standards. So then just to facilitate the framework, we're just taking what you have and allowing, you know, the bulk of it to go up with the elevation or retrofit process, as well as the floor area to be capped, the residential non-conforming floor area to be capped.
Got it. So then most of the homes that you surveyed then must have been at their max FAR. Then is what you're saying. I
think a lot of them were actually even less than 1 FAR, which is something that we have in most of our manufacturing districts. They're, you know, around, if you would to calculate it, it would be around 0.5, 0.6. But again, it's not even there because it's non-conforming, so they don't even have development rights to develop residential.
Got it. Understood. I just wanted to understand those nuances because I know, you know, someone will inevitably ask the question.
No, yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Marin, given your extensive post-Sandy expertise, we'll welcome any sort of test fit specific examples that you're aware of that will benefit us to tap into your expertise.
Sure.
If we could take down, thank you. If we could take down the slide, and then it will be Commissioner De La Hoz.
Great, thank you. First off, I just want to say a lot of work you guys have been putting into to develop this proposal. It's amazing the level of detail. You know, the city is far from monolithic, and I think you've been trying to address that. So congratulations on getting to this point. Just a couple things, you know, in the categorical exclusion, the conversation that was just happening about nursing homes, I would just recommend outreach, if it hasn't already happened, to the Supportive Housing Network of New York. They represent a lot of providers in the supportive housing field, which is separate from the nursing home field, with populations with special needs that some of whom some levels of supportive housing may also be appropriate to think about whether or not they should be included. And I think they'd be a good organization to engage in the conversation. The other points I have are really that, once we're done with this, formal process, just the level of education and outreach that has to happen in order for property owners to understand this and to be able to take advantage of it cannot be understated. And it would be really helpful, I think, to hear what kind of campaign the city is able to embark on, because I do believe it's a campaign in order to help so many different property owners to understand. And then to that end, and I don't know if there's been engagement with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods as part of this process. I imagine that there has been, but similarly, there really needs to be special programs and financing specific to moderate income homeowners to be able to undertake some of these modifications. Otherwise, this is just really a recipe for displacement over time. And so if we really want to help existing communities, often communities of color, moderate income communities, to remain in place safely, then we have to put programs and financing in place. So when this comes back, I think it'd be helpful to kind of hear more about, I know we're trying to take care of the technical aspects of things, but if we fix the technical, but then don't really focus on the practical, it's going to be for naught.
We could certainly speak further about that when we come back, though I would say there are a couple of things already in the works. Regarding the campaign, this ties nicely to the work of Flood Help New York, which provides homeowner assistance and technical assistance on flood insurance and the flood risk. That's oftentimes a very good way of trying to get folks to think about what improvements they can make when they face what are going to be rising flood insurance rates. And so that program is ongoing and is likely to be a great opportunity for tie-in. Also working with our colleagues at HPD and better understanding which programs that HPD offers already could be tied to this as well. But we'll provide more information when we come back.
Great. And I would just say too, that slide 10 that was up for a little bit longer, like, outlining the land use planning and floodplains. I would just say too that, working in a coastal community, there are lots of folks where it's very counterintuitive, the notion that you can develop in a way that's resilient and sustainable. People just automatically assume the best thing to do is to not develop at all. And so I think in almost every conversation that's a conversation with a coastal community, I think it's really important that the city lay out, that continuum and help people understand where their community falls based on what the Department of City Planning's perspective is on that. I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I agree, it's going to take a while to go through it. I have two quick questions. I believe it was slide 70. You were talking about ramps and lifts would be a permitted obstruction. And I know that currently they already allow ramps. I think it's under 2344. So are you stating, will you modify the text amendment to add lifts in that section of law?
Yes, so the current rules in the floodplain, they allow already ramps and lifts to be considered permitted obstruction. But then the underlying rules actually have a couple of gaps. So what we are doing is, instead of just really tackling the floodplain, we felt that it would be important to tackle the city as a whole and just ensure that ramps and lifts can always be placed on open areas if that's the necessity of the particular lot citywide. So that was what I was alluding to.
And I guess one last question I have for you was, in regards to, say, the DOB website, I enter my address, I go to the property profile page. There is a section there that talks about special flood hazard check or zones, and it says yes. Mm-hmm. But is there a way to coordinate with FEMA and actually, I guess, enhance that section to say, okay, you're in a flood zone, the zone X, zone VA, whatever it is, this is the zoning, the flood zone map number. Is there a way to incorporate that instead of going to clicking on that and then I got to go to the FEMA website and then put in my address again, just to simplify the process in some way?
I see. Yeah, I think we would need to speak with the Department of Buildings, but that's a great suggestion. Right now, as you mentioned, the special flood hazard area is really the 1% annual chance floodplain. So we want to also make sure that applicants could actually flag if they are in the 0.2% area and therefore have access to the flexibility we will be proposing. So we'll definitely be engaging a lot with the Department of Buildings in these more technical details. With FEMA, I'm not sure if that could be better, matched, considering FEMA, usually the maps, they have to live within FEMA's website. There's some issues with that. But yeah, we'll definitely be having more and more conversations with Department of Buildings to make this all more seamless.
Thank you.
Other commissioners who want to weigh in?
I do want to just step in. I've received intelligence from our Environmental Review Division, and they want to just correct for the record that the DIS did identify the potential for impacts in historic resources and hazardous materials, but that's okay. That's in the DIS.
Okay, well, I will note something that Ryan, I believe, had mentioned at the beginning. Technically, as a zoning text amendment, this will be referred to the community boards, the borough presidents for 60 days. But as you'll hear, one of the next 3 very specific neighborhood actions requires a full ULURP. And since we will want to be advancing these 4 items on the same schedule, we think that will bring the most clarity to the process. What we will do is we will continue to take comments through the end of our ULURP time clock for the Garretson Beach and the Old Howard Beach rezonings, which will be presented to the commission in the coming minutes.
Right, and it looks like Vice Chair Knuckles has his hand up.
Great.
No, I just wanted to comment. I thought that was a real tour de force presentation, and I wanted to compliment each of the planners and Michael for that effort. I just thought it was outstanding.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, can continue.
I noted that this was a significant enough day for the department that for the first time since March, I actually put on a pearl necklace to celebrate the event.
So moving on to the 6th item, which is a certification of a local resiliency action. It's a zoning map and zoning text amendment in Brooklyn Community District 15. And here to make her first presentation to the City Planning Commission is Catherine Richards.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'll be presenting on 2 local resiliency actions in Brooklyn that accompany the citywide text amendment. First up is Resilient Neighborhoods Garretson Beach, where DCP is seeking a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment. Next slide, please. Garretson Beach is located in Community District 15, Brooklyn, and it's marked in orange on the map to the left. Very close by, marked in green, is Sheepshead Bay, which is the site of Brooklyn's 2nd local resiliency action. Garretson Beach was studied as part of DCP's Resilient Neighborhoods Initiative. DCP developed these proposed actions in consultation with local elected officials and a community advisory committee. The neighborhood is bounded by Marine Park to the east, Shellbank Creek to the southwest, and Plum Beach Channel to the southeast. The area was largely undeveloped until the early 20th century, when a summer resort of 1-story wooden bungalows was constructed at the southern end of the peninsula. By the 1930s, the rest of the peninsula was occupied with summer bungalows built close to each other on small lots with no yards. Over time, the seasonal buildings were converted to year-round 2-story residences. Today, nearly all of the neighborhood is within the 1% annual chance floodplain. Next slide, please. Garretson Beach is a residential neighborhood predominantly characterized by single-family detached homes with some semi-detached and attached 2 to 3 story buildings in the northern portion of the neighborhood. One-story commercial buildings are located along Garretson Avenue, the community's only commercial corridor. The study area is zoned R4 with C3 zoning on the waterfront and C12 and C22 commercial overlays on Garretson Avenue. The neighborhood is served by 2 bus routes on Garretson Avenue, the BM4 Express route, which runs from Garretson Beach to downtown and Midtown, and the B31, which runs from Garretson Beach to the Kings Highway BQ subway station. Garretson Avenue is also the only street that provides access to the entire neighborhood. Next slide, please. The existing zoning permits 1 and 2 family detached, semi-detached, and attached homes, as well as multifamily buildings with side yard requirements ranging from 8 to 16 feet. On Garretson Beach's narrow and shallow lots, often 40 by 45 feet, or sometimes as narrow as 25 feet, this can lead to a small buildable area. The yard rules especially can pose challenges for undertaking resiliency retrofits such as home elevation. However, the majority of homes in Garretson Beach were constructed before these requirements were put into place. Many lots have very small front, side, and rear yards. The small detached homes, typical of the neighborhood, often occupy the majority of the lot area, with only a couple of feet between the property line and the building facade. Next slide, please. Some of the built conditions in Garretson Beach have implications for flood risk and resiliency. Like I said earlier, bungalows built for seasonal use are now occupied as year-round permanent residences. Streets as narrow as 20 feet pose safety risks and accessibility issues during emergencies. Garretson Beach has many sunken lots with residential uses below the design flood elevation. This increases vulnerability to coastal flooding and then is exacerbated by the high design flood elevations in this neighborhood. Narrow lots can pose challenges for existing zoning compliance, as well as difficulties when applying flood resilient construction standards. The current zoning permits multifamily development, a density that is not appropriate for a neighborhood vulnerable to coastal flooding and with only one main road for egress. Finally, current zoning limits commercial uses on Garretson Avenue. Some businesses that could support residents and homes in flood preparation and recovery, including plumbing, electrical, and appliance repair, are not allowed today. Next slide, please. As shown in an earlier slide, the majority of Garretson Beach is within the 1% annual chance floodplain, or A zone. Some portions of the waterfront are in the coastal A zone and subject to moderate wave action. Next slide, please. The map on the left shows in light green the extent of flood inundation during Hurricane Sandy. Almost the entire neighborhood was inundated. Not only at risk of flooding during severe storms, Garretson Beach is expected to see daily tidal flooding by the 2050s, shown in purple on the map to the right. Projected daily tidal flooding for the 2080s is shown in pink. Next slide, please. A zoning map amendment and zoning text amendment are proposed to address these challenges. The zoning map amendment would replace R4 zoning with R41, replace C3 zoning with C3A, and replace Garretson Avenue's C12 and C22 commercial overlays with a C23 overlay. The zoning text amendment would establish a Garretson Beach Special Coastal Risk District. Next slide, please. In the proposed R41 district, no new attached or multifamily development would be allowed. A reduced side yard requirement would allow for a more efficient building layout and more contextual flood-resistant development in Garretson Beach. Under C3A, the existing mix of water-dependent and residential properties would remain in conformance with zoning and would not face obstacles from zoning regulations if they were to undergo resiliency retrofits. C3A's residential equivalent is R3A, which, like R41, permits 1 and 2 family detached buildings and has reduced side yard requirements. This proposed rezoning would also rationalize the limits of the Maritime Commercial District to the waterfront area. The C3A and R41 regulations would be further modified by the proposed Special Coastal Risk District. A new C23 overlay would permit expanded commercial and retail services, including home maintenance and repair that would be useful in disaster recovery and rebuilding. There would be a reduced parking requirement compared to today's commercial overlays, and the commercial overlay depth would be reduced to front-only Garretson Avenue. Underlying zoning in this area would remain R4. Next slide, please. The proposed Special Coastal Risk District for Garretson Beach would modify the proposed R41 and C3A zoning district regulations to further restrict the density and scale of future residential development. Only single-family detached homes would be permitted on lots less than 3,000 square feet, which is about 81% of lots in this proposed new Special Coastal Risk District. Two-family development would be allowed on larger lots. Residential building height would also be limited to 25 feet above the reference plane. Next slide, please. The proposed actions are intended to improve resiliency in a neighborhood vulnerable to coastal flooding. Expanded permitted commercial uses on Garretson Avenue would include services helpful in storm preparation and recovery. The new R41 and C3A zoning districts, along with the Special Coastal Risk District, would maintain appropriate limits on density in an area of current and future flood risk, and would promote contextual resilient construction on Garretson Beach's small lots and narrow streets. That's the presentation for Garretson Beach, and I can now take any questions.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, well, as this is not just a zoning text amendment, but also a map amendment, this is subject to ULURP, and so this application is certified.
So moving on to item 7 is a non-ULURP referral of a zoning text amendment, which is also the result of the local resiliency planning efforts in Brooklyn Community District 15. And Catherine Richards will also present this one.
All right. Like Ryan said, the second local resiliency action is a zoning text amendment located in Brooklyn Community District 15 in the neighborhood of Sheepshead Bay. Next slide, please. Sheepshead Bay is southwest of Garretson Beach along the Sheepshead Bay water body and north of the Manhattan Beach neighborhood on the Coney Island Peninsula. The area is almost entirely within the 1% annual chance floodplain, which is shown on the map in blue. Some portions of the neighborhood are in the 0.2% annual chance floodplain, which is shown in green. Sheepshead Bay was also part of GCP's Resilient Neighborhoods Initiative. The study was released in May 2017 after several years of work with the Community Advisory Committee. Through this outreach, we found that the Special Sheepshead Bay District presents unique conditions and zoning requirements that were not applicable to the citywide approach of ZCFR. Next slide, please. Much of the area is residential, primarily semi-detached and multifamily homes with some pedestrian court areas made up of single-family bungalows. The area has active commercial corridors, including Sheepshead Bay Road, which is anchored by the Sheepshead Bay BQ subway station, and Emmons Avenue in the Special Sheepshead Bay District. The Special Sheepshead Bay District area is currently zoned R5 with a C22 commercial overlay mapped along Emmons Avenue. R5 generally allows for a variety of housing types, including 3 to 4 story attached houses and small apartment buildings at a maximum floor area ratio of 1.25, with a maximum street wall height of 30 feet and a maximum building height of 40 feet. The C22 commercial overlay typically allows for a maximum of 1.0 floor area ratio for commercial uses, including retail, service, and entertainment in the first floor of mixed-use buildings. The underlying district regulations for floor area ratio, building height and setback, and use are all modified by the Special Sheepshead Bay District. Next slide, please. Created in 1973, the Special Sheepshead Bay District promotes water-related commercial uses and new public open space. The special text allows floor area bonuses in certain areas for developments that provide open space on site, but it includes minimal guidance on how those spaces should be designed and maintained. There's no consideration for flood risk or resiliency in these spaces. For example, there's an allowance that plaza spaces, which may be entirely paved, can be sunken up to 2 feet below grade, creating a drainage issue and flood risk. Next slide, please. And this is an example of how those conditions on Emmons Avenue in the special district exacerbated the effects of flooding during Hurricane Sandy. Next slide, please. The text amendment proposed aims to encourage flood resilient and active design of public spaces where the special district requires or encourages them through bonuses. That applicability is limited only to certain subdistricts highlighted here in yellow, essentially on the north side of Emmons Avenue between Sheepshead Bay Road and Nostrand Avenue. Most lots in this area are already improved and active today. The text amendment is not proposed to require any changes to these existing spaces, but rather to produce improved conditions if and when any of them were to be redeveloped. Next slide, please. More specifically, the proposed text amendment would encourage flood resilient and active design in future special Sheepshead Bay District open spaces by requiring plazas to be located at or above grade, by improving the consistency of public space across the district by consolidating what are now separate types of open space bonuses, by eliminating a bonus for arcade spaces or covered walkways, which tend to produce enclosed spaces that don't support the goal of commercial activation, and by setting clear and improved standards for how future plazas are designed to ensure that they are accessible, provide elements like seating, trash receptacles, and drinking fountains, and have trees and plants that are tolerant to occasional saltwater flooding. And this illustration just shows an example of, hypothetical example of what these conditions might produce. Next slide, please. And to show you further how the text amendment might impact open space, this is a real world example of existing conditions on Emmons Avenue and just an illustrated outcome under the proposed standards. And this proposed drawing is illustrative only. There's no planned redevelopment of any sites that would be affected by these regulations at this time. So this is an existing plaza on Emmons Avenue in Special District Sub-Area E. It was designed to fit existing standards and facilitated a floor area bonus in the condo building behind it. The space is hardscaped with minimal planting, no seating. Under the proposed conditions, there would be requirements and standards for seating, movable furniture, bike parking, and more plantings. Next slide, please. So by encouraging accessibility, inviting streetscapes, and specific design standards, the proposed text amendment would improve resiliency in public open spaces within the Special Sheepshead Bay District. And I can now take any questions.
Thank you again. Questions for Kate? Okay, so as this is only a zoning text amendment, we will refer it to the community board and the borough president for 60 days. But as I had mentioned before, we will process all of these actions on the longer time frame of the prior Garretson Beach rezoning, which requires a full ULURP.
Thank you.
Item 8 is a certification of a zoning map amendment. This is also a local resiliency planning effort. It is in Queens Community District 10. Our presenter giving her first presentation at the City Planning Commission is Joy Resor.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. I'll be presenting the final local action to certify alongside zoning for coastal flood resiliency, which is the Old Howard Beach rezoning in Community District 10 in Queens. Next slide, please. Old Howard Beach, outlined in white, is located within South Queens, close to the Brooklyn border, and is serviced by the A train at the Howard Beach JFK Airport Station. It's a waterfront community north of Jamaica Bay, bounded by Shellbank Basin to the west, Paw Tree Basin to the east, and is surrounded by water on 3 sides, making it susceptible to flooding. Next slide, please. This map shows various flood levels. Old Howard Beach is largely within the A zone on this map, or the 1% annual chance floodplain. Portions of northern Old Howard Beach are within the shaded X zone, or the 0.2% annual chance floodplain. The V zone on this map represents a small portion of the area, reflecting portions of the neighborhood within the 1% annual chance floodplain that have a higher risk of damage from storm surges. Next slide, please. Like the other 2 local actions that were presented today, Old Howard Beach is a neighborhood that was deeply impacted by Hurricane Sandy in 2012. And the city has done a lot of work since 2012 to ensure that coastal communities are better protected against flooding. Following Hurricane Sandy, DCP advanced a temporary emergency citywide text amendment, which was updated in 2013 and 2015 to promote rebuilding to higher resiliency standards. In 2014, DCP launched the Resilient Neighborhoods Initiative to work directly with coastal communities. The 2017 Old Howard Beach, Hamilton Beach, and Broad Channel Resilient Neighborhood Study built on that work, providing zoning recommendations specific to unique neighborhood conditions and risks, which for Old Howard Beach included enacting targeted zoning treatment to reflect the unique character and long-term vulnerability, updating zoning to make it easier to retrofit buildings, and advancing infrastructure and coastal protection strategies. The proposed rezoning aims to address the recommendations by achieving these goals. Next slide, please. Old Howard Beach consists of predominantly low-rise residential buildings, the majority of which are detached single and two-family homes. Nearby Hamilton Beach and Howard Beach are also predominantly low-rise. Cross Bay Boulevard to the west is the area's major commercial corridor and serves as the north-south artery. The current zoning within the proposed rezoning area is R32 to the north and R31 in the wider neighborhood. The zoning has remained largely unchanged since its adoption in 1961. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the housing typology that exists under the neighborhood's current zoning. As mentioned, the majority of the area is R31, which is reflected in the detached homes you see in the top right. Some of these homes have already been elevated to be more flood resilient. Homes along Huron Street, which I'll highlight later, are typically semi-detached in nature, as seen below, and can be found in the R32 zoning district to the north. These buildings are harder to retrofit to meet resiliency standards. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning includes a map amendment outlined in yellow and orange, affecting 48 blocks and 1,037 buildings in the area. The proposed rezoning would change the current R31 and R32 districts into a single R3X district, which would better reflect the typology of the existing housing stock. Along Huron Street to the north, the current R32 district would be rezoned to an R31, which is the lowest density district that allows for a semi-detached 1- and 2-family residences. And the proposed zoning would ensure that these houses characteristic of the street remain in compliance while not permitting the future construction of small multifamily apartment buildings. Next slide, please. The majority of the neighborhood is proposed to be R3X, as you can see highlighted in orange. Limiting future development to detached homes would allow for more resilient building standards under the zoning for coastal flood resiliency text amendment, as detached homes are easier to retrofit and elevate than attached and semi-detached homes. The proposed rezoning would not produce a large difference in what is currently permitted. The permitted FAR, maximum height, and parking requirements between the districts all remain the same. The largest difference in the zoning is that only detached 1- and 2-family homes would be permitted. And the proposed zoning here seeks to better reflect the existing housing typology. Next slide, please. Huron Street, highlighted in yellow, would have a unique zoning treatment due to the semi-detached nature of the homes, as well as its more inland position outside the 100-year floodplain. Again, the FAR, maximum height, and parking requirements would remain the same. The largest difference between the existing R32 and proposed R31 zoning is that attached homes, typically multifamily apartment buildings, would no longer be permitted. Those semi-detached homes characteristic of the block would remain in compliance. Next slide, please. Old Howard Beach is particularly vulnerable to storm surges and flooding due to its position along the Queens coastline. The proposed contextual downzoning would work in tandem with the zoning for coastal flood resiliency text amendment to bolster resiliency efforts by limiting future development to housing types that are easy to retrofit and build to resilient standards, as well as retain the existing neighborhood character. This concludes my presentation, and I'm now available for questions.
Thank you, Joy. I am not seeing any raised hands, and so this zoning map amendment is certified.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I see Vice Chair Knuckles, please.
No, I just a question on terminology on the parking under the the proposed zoning. I think it said 50% of, it was one space per DU and per DU, and then it said 50% for an IRHU. And I just wanted to know what's an I, did I get it right? IHRU or IRHU, something like that.
It's an income restricted housing unit, and I should have mentioned that. But that would only really be for larger buildings like apartments.
Thank you.
And let me check again. Okay, so at this point, with all questions having been raised, we can certify this application.
Okay, item 9 is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendment in Brooklyn Community District 12, and Connie Chan will present.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Next slide. This is a private application by 1529 33 60th Street LLC for a zoning map change and a zoning text amendment to facilitate the development of 3 buildings containing approximately 102 dwelling units, including 32 units of affordable housing and approximately 32,000 square feet of commercial retail space in the Borough Park neighborhood of Brooklyn, Community District 12. This application was certified on January 6, 2020, and the public hearing will be held on October 21st. The project area is comprised of 20 tax lots. Next slide. 20 tax lots that are located in the southwest portion of Community District 12 in Borough Park, near the border with Community District 11 as shown here. Next slide. The project area is outlined in yellow, and the 20 tax lots are located along 60th Street between 15th and 16th Avenues. In red are the 3 sites that comprise the proposed development. 60th Street is a local east-west corridor that is 80 feet wide. 15th and 16th Avenues are also 80 feet wide. And the project area and the surrounding area is characterized primarily by a mix of manufacturing, warehousing, and auto-related uses in 1 to 2 story buildings to the south, community facilities in 2 to 3 story buildings throughout the area, and 2 to 3 story residential buildings to the west, north, and east. Along the southern border of the project area is an open rail cut for the Bay Ridge branch of the Long Island Railroad, which is used for freight traffic. You can see that with the green trees. Immediately south of the Long Island Railroad rail line is a site bordered by 60th Street, 16th Avenue, and 61st Street. This development is comprised of 13 6-story apartment buildings, which are the results of rezoning that was approved by the City Planning Commission in 2013. Next slide. The project area is served by 2 subway lines. The 62nd Street station of the D train is located approximately 1 block west at the intersection of New Utrecht Avenue and 61st Street. The New Utrecht station of the N train is located approximately 2 blocks southwest at New Utrecht Avenue and 63rd Street. And the B9 bus connects Bay Ridge to Kings Plaza with stops along 60th Street, including at 15th and 16th Avenues. The project area is located entirely within an M11 district. M11 districts allow a range of commercial and industrial uses at a maximum FAR of 1 and select community facility uses up to a maximum FAR of 2.4. The maximum base height in an M11 district is 30 feet or 2 stories, with a sky exposure plane governing maximum building height. Our 5 districts are located to the west, north, and east of the project area. Our 5 districts permit residential buildings up to a maximum of 1.25 FAR and community facility buildings up to a maximum of 2 FAR. There's an R6A district mapped to the south of the project area, adjacent to the Long Island Railroad rail cut. R6A districts permit a maximum FAR of 3.0 for residential uses, and buildings have a maximum base height of 65 feet and a maximum building height of 75 feet above a required setback. Of the 20 tax lots within the project area, which is outlined here in the black dotted line, 9 are owned by the applicant and are at the site of the proposed development, which is comprised of 3 buildings, all outlined in red. 11 of the other tax lots are affected by the proposed actions, but are not part of the proposed development. Next slide. This diagram shows the 20 tax lots within the project area outlined in yellow. The proposed development site, again, is comprised of 3 buildings that are labeled here as A, B, and C, all shaded in red. This table shows the existing conditions of the portion of the project area on block 5509, which lies along the northern frontage of 60th Street. The tax lots where 2 of the buildings that are proposed contain the following. Lot 70 contains a 2-story residential building with 4 dwelling units. Lot 68 contains a 3-story medical office building. And lot 64 and 65 contain a 2-story jewelry manufacturing establishment. And lot 58 contains a 1-story automotive repair facility. Next slide. Moving on, this is the portion of the project area on block 5516, which lies along the southern portion of 60th Street. Lots 14 and 17 contain a 1-story HVAC supply warehouse building. Lot 20 contains a 1-story auto repair facility, and lot 21 is utilized for accessory parking for the adjacent automotive use. Next slide. So here are some photos showing the existing conditions along 60th Street between 15th and 16th Avenues. Next slide. And here are some photos showing the existing conditions along 15th Avenue. Next slide. And here are some photos showing the direct frontage of the proposed development sites. On the top left is the frontage of the site of proposed building A, again on the north side of 60th Street. It's comprised of that 1-story automotive use today. On the bottom left, you see the frontage of proposed building B, which is comprised of 4 tax lots, including the yellow 2-story residential building that's set back, the 3-story medical office building, and then the jewelry manufacturer on the right. And on the top right is the frontage of proposed building C on the south side of 60th Street, which is comprised of the HVAC supply, an automotive use, and a parking lot. Next slide. The applicant proposes 3 new mixed-use buildings with ground floor commercial space and residential units above. All buildings would comply with option 2 of the Mandatory Inclusionary Housing Program, or MIH, which requires that 30% of the residential floor area serve households with an average area median income of 80%. In response to a question that was posed at certification regarding the rationale for the buildings complying with MIH option 2, given the median household income within the neighborhood, the applicant has stated that their goal is to provide as many units of affordable housing as possible based on the needs expressed by local residents. Therefore, they have chosen to provide more units, even though option 2 of the MIH program requires that the household income served are higher than those served by option 1. However, the proposed zoning text amendment would map both options 1 and option 2 coterminous with the project area. Next slide. Building A is proposed on the north side of 60th Street. It would consist of a 7-story mixed-use building with a height of 75 feet, and the building would contain ground floor commercial retail space with residential units on the upper floors for a total FAR of 4.6. The building would contain approximately 23 dwelling units, 7 of which would be affordable. Next slide. Building B, also located on the north side of 60th Street, would also consist of a 7-story mixed-use building with a height of 75 feet. It would contain ground floor commercial retail space and residential units above for a total FAR of 4.6. The building would contain 39 dwelling units, 13 of which would be affordable, and 15 accessory parking spaces would be located in the cellar. Next slide. Building C is proposed on the south side of 60th Street, and it would consist of an 8-story mixed-use building with a height of 85 feet. The building would contain ground floor commercial retail space and residential units above for a total FAR of 4.6. This building would contain 40 dwelling units, 12 of which would be affordable, and 16 accessory parking spaces would be located in the cellar. A question was posed regarding compliance of the side yards with respect to the bulk regulations in an R7A C2 for district, and in response, the applicant has confirmed that the proposed development, specifically building site C here in question, does comply as side yards are not required in an R7A C2 for district. Another question that was posed at certification was in relation to the extent of communications with the MTA LIRR to ensure that this development, specifically building C, does not impact the LIRR freight line for maintenance or other kinds of needs. The applicant has reached out to the MTA LIRR and shared this proposal. And in response, the MTA has indicated that they do not object to the proposed building C that shares a rear lot line with the Long Island Railroad right-of-way. And they communicated that a no objection would need to be obtained from them prior to seeking a building permit. Next slide. In order to facilitate the proposed development, the applicant requests two actions. First, a zoning map amendment would change an M11 district to an R7A C24 district. R7A districts permit a maximum FAR of 4.6 for residential uses when mapped with inclusionary housing. Buildings have a maximum base height of 75 feet and a maximum building height of 95 feet above a required setback. When mapped with an R7A district, C24 districts permit a maximum FAR of 2.0 for commercial uses. Next slide. Second, the applicant seeks a zoning text amendment to create a new mandatory inclusionary housing area coterminous with the project area. This MIH area would map options 1 and options 2 of the program. Option 1 requires that 25% of the residential floor area serves households with an average area median income of 60%. And option 2 requires that 30% of the residential floor area serve households with an average area median income of 80%. Next slide. These actions would facilitate the development of 3 new mixed-use buildings containing approximately 102 residential units, 32 of which would be permanently affordable, and approximately 32,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. The applicant has also provided additional responses to some of the questions posed at certification. Next slide. Regarding the land use rationale for the proposed R7A district, the applicant believes that the proposed R7A district is appropriate given the location of the project area along 60th Street, which is a wide street mapped at 80 feet, on a block that's bounded by 15th and 16th Avenues, which are also 80 feet wide. In addition, the project area is located in close proximity to transit with access to 2 subway lines nearby, as well as the B9 bus, which runs along 60th Street. The applicant notes that the R6A district that's mapped on the other side of the Long Island Railroad right-of-way has frontage along 61st Street, which is a narrow street mapped at 60 feet wide. Regarding the rationale for the ground floor retail that's proposed along 60th Street, the type of retail envisioned, and whether or not the applicant had considered ground floor residential use instead, the applicant states that the neighborhood in which the project area is located is predominantly residential with a limited amount of local retail in close proximity. There are commercial overlays that are mapped along the avenues, New Utrecht Avenue to the west, 16th Avenue to the north of 54th Street, and along 18th Avenue to the east, south of 59th Street, but none in the immediate vicinity. Additional local commercial uses would serve existing and new residents of this area, and 60th Street is an ideal location as it is a wide two-way street that is heavily trafficked, running the full distance from the Army Terminal at 2nd Avenue to McDonald Avenue, and including a bus line that runs from Bay Ridge to Kings Plaza. The ground floor retail envisioned would be neighborhood services, including eating and drinking establishments and convenience stores, which would help to enliven the street and improve the pedestrian experience, as it is otherwise developed with inactive ground floor uses, including residential use. For these reasons, the applicant believes that this location is better suited to commercial uses than residential uses on the ground floor. Next slide. The community board held a public hearing on February 12th and voted on February 26th to approve the application with modifications. The modifications are that buildings A and B, which are located on the north side of 60th Street, would be reduced from 7 stories to 6 stories, and that parking overall will be increased from 31 spaces to 71 spaces in total across all 3 buildings, with the breakdown in specific buildings shown here. Next slide. The borough president held a public hearing on June 30th and issued a recommendation on October 13th to approve the application with modifications. The modifications include the following: that City Council modify the proposed R7A district to an R6A district for the north side of 60th Street. That City Council obtain commitments from the applicant clarifying how it will memorialize a height of 5 stories for the 2 buildings on the north side of 60th Street and the provision of 71 parking spaces for all 3 buildings. In addition, how it will memorialize aspects of the parking facilities. Again, the provision of 71 spaces in total, or in addition, setting aside a portion of the non-residential ground floor uses for parking in tandem with an allowance of 6 stories for the buildings on the north side of 60th Street, as well as leasing parking spaces to car share vehicles. retaining a local affordable housing nonprofit as the administering agent for the affordable housing component, retaining Brooklyn-based contractors and subcontractors, especially local business enterprises and minority and women-owned business enterprises, and memorializing resiliency and sustainability measures. Also, that DEP investigates sewer capacity in the area where ponding has been reported, and that the MTA advance its feasibility study of the Triborough line, which could add passenger service to the existing rail line, which is currently used for freight only. In response, the applicant has stated that with the utmost respect to both the community board and the borough president, they are not at present planning to change their proposed development. The applicant did propose amendments that would respond to the concerns that had been raised while maintaining the proposed rezoning to an R7A C24 district. These changes included adding more parking at the cellar level of Building C on the south side of 60th Street, while maintaining the same FAR of 4.6. Additionally, reducing the depth of the 7th floor of Building B, which is located on the north side of 60th Street, resulting in a partial height reduction from the north, and a reduction of Building A from 7 stories to 6 stories. These modifications were not accepted by the borough president's office, which stated a desire to map an R6A C24 district on the north side of 60th Street. Per the land use rationale that was previously articulated for the proposed R7A C24 district, the applicant respectfully disagrees with this recommendation and has stated that an R6A district would have a significant negative impact on the proposed development of reducing the number of affordable units from 32 as proposed to 26, which is a loss of 6 MIH units in total. For the reasons previously stated regarding the appropriateness of ground floor retail, the applicant does not believe that 60th Street should include non-active uses such as parking. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Connie. Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. To note that it is a possibility that the non-applicant properties will develop based on the economic feasibility. So we need, into 9-story buildings, we need to take that into account. Going back to I believe you said that they did make some commitments to the borough president with regard to the 7-story set on one side and some parking commitments. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm not exactly clear on what context those commitments were made. I know that there was some discussion both at the community board and with the borough president about how the proposed development could be modified to address some of the concerns that had been raised.
So it was my understanding at the BP's hearing that they did acquiesce to some of the recommendations, and if they can speak at the hearing to how they plan on memorializing that, that would be helpful for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we will see this at the public hearing on Wednesday. And as we are now entering, completed quite a number of hours at a review session, I can let the commissioners know that this will be the only public hearing on Wednesday. So today is long, Wednesday will be far shorter.
That's right. For future votes, staff have prepared reports for consideration on Wednesday, October 21st, 2020 on 416 to 420 Kent Avenue. The Rikers Island public place mapping, which there was a letter in your package, or actually I think it was sent out middle of last week, detailing the revision to that application. Don't know if you want to have any further discussion of that. Not seeing any hands raised, I'll move on. Also scheduled for decision on Wednesday is the 957, 949, and 945 Ionia Avenue, which is a South Richmond action in Staten Island, and then 151 Dudley Avenue, which does appear on our calendar, will be laid over. There was a request to further consider that. For post-hearing follow-up, Amy Jin is here to discuss the 312 Coney Island Avenue rezoning. Amy.
Hi.
Hi.
Just waiting for the presentation to load. Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. So at the public hearing, the commission heard concerns from the public on the height of this project. So we just wanted to talk through the density and the urban design today and respond to some of the proposed alternative districts and some of the questions raised. Next slide, please. Just to situate ourselves within the neighborhood, the project area is on the southwest corner of Park Circle, fronting on 3 wide streets: Ocean Parkway, Coney Island Avenue, and Park Circle, which is a 490-foot wide circle and opens up further into the southern tip of Prospect Park. The project area currently contains a 4-story church and school building, along with a surface level parking lot that contains 36 spaces. The project area is a block away from Fort Hamilton Parkway Station of the F&G trains, which you can see to the left. Additionally, the B68 bus runs north-south along Coney Island Avenue. Next, I'm going to walk through the history and evolution of this project and its proposed massings. Next slide, please. So here's the initial massing that the applicant came to DCP with in mid-2018 under an R8X zoning. The church and school had originally wanted to retain their existing building, which resulted in what you see here, where the new residential portion comprised of 2 slabs. At the suggestion of the department, the applicant revised their project so that the church and school were integrated with the new development so as to create a more harmonious design at this location, which acts as a gateway to the neighborhood. Including the existing facilities into the new building facilitates the replacement of the aging worship and school facilities with new and expanded facilities in the cellar, 1st and 2nd floors. Doing so would also alleviate some of this height that you see here in order for the site to accommodate all the FAR. While the department believes that R8X was appropriate for this site, given its location on 3 wide streets and its frontage on the circle, which we felt deserved a strong presence, the applicant, in consultation with Councilmember Lander, decided to keep the project at R8A in order to lower the maximum height. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the R8A traditional massing that you see on the left here, which has a base height of 105 feet and a maximum building height of 145 feet. As we can see here, there's effectively no transition to the adjacent lower density areas that are mapped R7A. In order to accommodate an appropriate transition, the applicant realized that their options were limited to creating a satisfactory transition, and we can see that in the middle rendering here using dormer rules. The applicant thus included a text amendment to change the base heights so that the bulk can be shifted away from the western portion and moved towards the circle, which we can see on the right here. This gave the building an appropriate transition along Caton Place and allowed the building to rise sheer along Park Circle. The department felt that this was appropriate since the circle provides some breathing room to the height and is kept with other is keeping with other circles around Prospect Park. We also felt that the sheer rise of the building is aligned with the creation of strong street walls that create definition around circles. Next slide, please. And finally, we get to the proposed massing, where the applicant has added notches to break up the building's facade. Next slide, please. While doing these exercises, we looked at other traffic circles and street wall conditions around them. So here are 2 other traffic circles around Prospect Park, where we can see strong street walls that rise sheer and frame the circle at Bartell Pritchard Square on the left and Grand Army Plaza on the right. Next slide, please. Here are some more circles on corners of parks. This is Central Park. The image on the left is the northwestern corner, and the image on the right is the northeastern corner. Next slide, please. Moving on to the Borough President's recommendations on zoning districts, the BP proposed to map either R7X across the entire site or to map R8A 100 feet deep along Park Circle and Coney Island Avenue and R7A on the remaining portion of the site. As you can see in these tables here, both districts would keep the maximum building height at 145 feet while effectively reducing the FAR. What this means is that in R7X, there would be a reduction of 52 dwelling units, which is around 13 MIH units. And in the R8A, R7A mix, there would be a reduction of 47 dwelling units and roughly 12 MIH units. Next slide, please. R7D was also brought up as an alternative district, and we can see here that R7D would reduce the total dwelling units by about 70, which is around 18 MIH units. Can we flip back to slide number 4? Oh, okay. One more. Sorry, it's the R8A massings. There are 3 of them. There we go. Okay, so the blue line on these massings show the maximum height of 115 feet for an R7D district that you can see drawn in the dash blue line. And then can we fast forward to slide 10, please? The last slide. Apologies. One more. So in response to concerns about the ground floor retail, the retail space in this project was a response to feedback from the community about a lack of retail options in the area. C24 districts provide the option of ground floor retail space, but do not require it. So if retail is in fact not viable here, other uses can fill the space. I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Burney.
Thank you. And thanks for that, Amy. You know, I just want to say, I mean, I normally tend to agree with Richard Birak in the BP's office, but I don't in this case. I think this building with the 2 wide streets can really well take a tall building. And I just want to commend you guys. I hadn't realized how much the project had improved over the original massing to what we've ended up with. So kudos to you. I think it's turning out to be a much better building than it began. And I certainly support it in its present form.
Thank you. There's always that balance, Commissioner, of how much we show our homework of what it is that we've done behind the scenes. Okay, I don't see other questions. So thank you, Amy, for the presentation.
Commissioner Levin has a hand raised.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in with Commissioner Burney. First, thank you, Amy. That was a very effective follow-up presentation. And I just felt obligated to speak up since I think through the certification at the review session, I'd expressed some skepticism about the R8A, which has been pretty effectively, for me at least, allayed by Dan Kaplan's presentation and by your presentation just now. And I agree completely with Commissioner Burney that, you know, given this location and the space surrounding it, that this height is really not so problematic. I recognize that this Windsor Terrace neighborhood, we heard a lot of pretty articulate and forceful opposition testimony at the public hearing. This is a neighborhood that is fiercely proud of what it is and that hasn't seen a tremendous amount of development. I'm not so sure that the fears that were expressed are going to be realized by this project alone, but reflect concerns that many of us share about the increasing challenges of being in a dense city. So I don't think it's right to pin it all. I mean, I fully understand the passion that we heard, but I think it's misplaced to assign it all to this project.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. So at the hearing, I expressed some concerns, regard to the R8A, and wanted to see how it would look in R7D again. And I wanted to chime in with Commissioner Bruni, Commissioner Levin. My concerns on the R8A are only as it relates to the transition to the R7A recently approved rezoning on 57K in place. So otherwise, I had no problem with an R8A on the circle. It was just that transitional space that was of concern to me. I wanted to be contiguous and put it in context. So.
Thank you. And I will and not seeing any other hands, I will again thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Okay. Also on for post hearing, we have the 803 Rockaway Avenue rezoning. I don't know if there are any further questions on that the commission wanted us to address. Not seeing any raised hands. I'll move on. And then on 265 Front Street, Winston Von Engel is here to discuss with you. Winston?
Thank you very much. So we wanted to come back to the commission to talk to you about the 265 Front Street rezoning, which, as you know, is a proposed rezoning from M12 to R6A and C24, and an MIH zoning text amendment. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, this is an extension of an existing R6A district from the south with an MIH mapping in Dumbo and Vinegar Hill. The district has a density of 3.6 with MIH and 2.0 for commercial and 3 for community facility, and allows up to 85 feet or 8 stories in height. Should also note that the commission in 2017 had approved a rezoning exactly across the street, across Gold Street, from R6B to R6A on that block frontage. And that was taken to the city council, and the city council and at that time of the review, the city council, it was withdrawn due to community opposition. Next slide, please. So the surrounding area here, the context is that this is a mixed density and mixed use area. The rezoning area is actually on the short end of a block and the intersection of 2 streets. You can see the vacant lot across the street, which was approved for rezoning in 2017. The area is well served by retail. There's a brand new Wegmans supermarket that serves both the NYCHA development that you see to the south there, as well as the other surrounding neighborhood. Brooklyn Bridge Park is in a short walking distance. There are bus lines here, as well as a subway train station at the F train at York Street. There is also for context, a 7-story commercial building on the very same block as the proposed rezoning, as well as loft buildings in the surrounding area and other buildings that range in density from 3 to 4 FAR, as well as in height, even up as high as 7 FAR for one particular loft building on the next block over. And in terms of affordable housing in this area, it is, besides being concentrated at the NYCHA Farragut housing and other NYCHA developments to the south here, there are only 2 affordable housing developments with a total of about 23,000 square feet of floor area in this immediate area that were made available through the voluntary inclusionary housing program. Next slide, please. And of course, across the street, directly across the street from the project site, is a 7-story market rate apartment building that was built under the existing R6A. Next slide, please. This area is the census tract, is what we would refer to as a high opportunity area. As you know, as part of the MIH program, it is intended to further integrate economically our communities around the city. This is an area that has a median household income of over $214,000. Over 80% of residents here have a bachelor's degree or higher, and is predominantly a white residents who are predominantly white at almost 73%. Next slide, please. So under the R6A with C24 with MIH, it is possible to build a residential only project here with about 23 units, of which 7 would be permanently affordable. And in a commercial mixed use project, it would be 18 units with 5 permanently affordable units and commercial ground floor space. Next slide, please. So as you know, Community Board 2 voted to disapprove in part because of residents' objection to the scale of the proposed building. The Borough President similarly voted to disapprove and actually recommended a refiling for an R6B and actually an R6B district without an MIH option mapping. As well as other things about resiliency, as well as ground floor parking. And you heard the council member testify in opposition and advocate for an R6B. Next slide, please. So under an R6B scenario with MIH would allow about 14,300 square feet of floor area, which would be about 14 units. It is possible to generate about 4 units of permanently affordable housing, but with commercial on the ground floor, it would be below, the residential portion would be below the trigger for affordable, that triggers MIH at 12,500 square feet or 10 units. And it is also unlikely in a residential only project that for a mere 2,000 square feet, that's a developer might engage in the permanent affordable housing. Next slide, please. And as the Borough President had recommended in an R6B without MIH, you would get in the residential only project 13 units, none of which obviously would be affordable, or 9 units in a mixed use project. As you heard, the developer had originally proposed as part of his application to build a building. It should not say residential only, it should be a mixed use building with 9,000 square feet, about 9 dwelling units, which would be below the threshold for MIH and ground floor commercial space. So next slide, please. So in summary, I mean, we just want to restate that we believe that the R6A here is appropriate. It's based on its location, close to services, location on the block, its built context, the market context here, the access to the transit, to jobs, to amenities, and retail services. We should also wanted to point out to the Commission that it is the Commission's and the Department's policy to encourage rezonings or to mandate affordable housing and rezonings that increase significantly residential density, such as in this case, and especially in desirable, wealthy and high opportunity neighborhoods like this. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the Commission might have.
Winston, could you also address the scope issue, though?
Sure. So the issue of scope was raised. It regards the community facility density. The existing community facility FAR is 4.8. The proposed rezoning would lower that to 3, and the R6B has a community facility density of 2. So that is below that what is currently permitted, and what is currently proposed. So as such, it would be below, would not be in scope for the commission to consider that under this application.
I wanted to clarify that to make it clear that is why the borough president had said take away this application and refile it, because that is not an option that is before the commission because of scope. I just want to emphasize what Winston said. We believe that on a site that is in such a mixed context area, and in a neighborhood that has so few opportunities for producing housing and affordable housing, and being such a high opportunity neighborhood, that it strikes us that the R6A that was proposed is appropriate, and the department certainly does not recommend looking for ways to avoid having to produce needed housing, and in particular MIH housing. And I will look for raised hands. Commissioner Levin.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Winston, for a thorough and detailed and totally correct analysis of this situation. If it weren't in a neighborhood with a bunch of passionate residents who have been tenaciously fighting for their little small village for 25 years, and many of whom are still there and remember the struggles they went through to get the historic district and to get the R6B zoning. And I think we heard very clearly from them at the public hearing. Moreover, we heard from the city council member that an R6A is going nowhere. So do we stand on what we think is correct only to have it voted down at the council? That strikes me as not very productive. I have to confess that I went back and looked and discovered that I did vote for the R6A across the street. And in the course of preparing for this application, I think I've now come to the conclusion that that was not correct. Given the work that this community went through in 1998 to achieve the historic district and the R6B zoning that is there. So I'm kind of in a quandary here, because if I were starting out from scratch, I would have hoped that they had the option of pursuing an R6B, because I, for these historical reasons, think that makes better sense. What's better now? Do we abandon ship and let it be, unimproved, unsightly manufacturing district parking lot, which nobody seems to want? This site absolutely should be developed for residential. And I really wish we had the freedom of being able to adapt this to something that would allow some housing to get produced and be consistent with what this neighborhood wants to see for itself.
I'd be glad to address those issues, Commissioner, because this is something that the department feels strongly about, which is that this is a situation where there isn't only one right zoning district. It is such a varied neighborhood with larger buildings. We also have to recognize that we are, as you have mentioned before, in a city with a continuing housing challenge, and we are in the definition of a high opportunity neighborhood with few sites available. And as you said, this is a site that is crying out for housing. I do think that to vote no on the R6A is just saying, one, we don't believe that this is an appropriate site for housing. You could nuance it in saying this much housing. But separately, the notion that the R6B leans so heavily in the direction of developing it in a way without any MIH is very troubling. We've seen in other discussions, projects that have not yet been ripe for coming before the commission, of people seeking upzonings that, as a practical matter, are small enough, modest enough that they will not result in MIH on sites that we believe are appropriate for the next notch upzoning that would trigger MIH. With respect to what will happen at the council, just about all of the commissioners were here at the time of the 2017 rezoning across the street. At that time, there was an applicant who was not particularly cooperative, who wanted his zoning, and actually, if I recall correctly, came in with an even higher request beyond what the commission voted for. In this instance, the applicant has worked with the community and has worked with the council member to indicate that he would build a building that would be shorter and that would have few enough units that it would not trigger MIH. That's not something that gives me pleasure, seeing people try to avoid what I think is an extremely important city policy. But I do think that there is the possibility that the applicant, who again has been cooperative with the community and the council member from the beginning, may be able to give them the comfort that they seek, that the building would be developed at a height that the community likes. And again, every time I say it, it pains me, but consciously seeking to skirt MIH.
Well, we may just have to respectfully disagree on that one. It equally troubles me that the applicant has declared they have no intention of building an R6A building. They've shown us what they propose to build. And it's not an R6A building. Makes no sense to approve an R6A when the applicant has declared an intention to do something else.
Although the R6A allows the applicant to produce its building and a no vote keeps it an empty lot. I do think this is one where we likely philosophically disagree on it. Commissioner Burney.
I don't know. I mean, it seems to me, just coming off that discussion at 312 Coney Island Avenue, where we're talking about height and bulk, this seems slightly absurd by comparison. I mean, I think I agree that we should be maximizing what we can get from the site, and I strongly agree that MIH should be included. So, I mean, not to go into the sort of nuances of the politics of it, but I think the department's right in this case. I guess we'll see what happens. I must say, I don't particularly like the building, and Winston, as you well know, architecture should speak of its time but yearn for timelessness, and this building does neither of those things. And I just wonder, you guys did such a great job on 312 Coney Island. Maybe you could sit down with this developer and see if you can't improve what he's building there.
We could certainly try. I think we would have certainly would welcome the opportunity to work with the developer or the property owner, we should say, on a building that maximizes the zoning potential under the R6A. Again, to the extent what Commissioner Levin said, this is not in a historic district. It's next to a historic district, and we do need space for housing. And this is...
I do think, Winston, to Commissioner Burney's point, that the Brooklyn office, the department and the Brooklyn office itself have such a strong urban design team that it can be worth having another conversation.
Yeah. And I also think, I get the sense there's a lot of NIMBYism with this Vinegar Hill community that is pretty distasteful, I find.
Okay, let me check to see if there are others. No, that is all that I see. So thank you, Winston, for the presentation. Thank you, both commissioners. Even when we disagree, we so the commission, the department benefit from your input.
Okay, also on for post-hearing follow-up, the Bedford Avenue overlay extension, if there are any further questions on that, let us know. DeKalb Commons, also any questions on that? And the Mansion Restaurant Sidewalk Cafe text amendment. Absent any further questions on that application, I do want to note that an errata was issued that corrected a missing underline on the docket. So that is out and published. And then Alexis, yeah.
Actually, Ryan, on that one, but without any substantive import, right?
Yeah, it was, the text was there. There was just a missing underline. And then on 5902 Borden Avenue self-storage, Scott Solomon is here to discuss the latest round. I believe there were materials in your package.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a brief summary of 2 letters that the agency has received. So in response to concerns during and subsequent to August 19th public hearing, commissioners expressed concern that the site subject application was better suited for industrial use. These letters are from Insight, the intended owner-operator of the proposed self-storage facility, not Home Depot, who are the applicant. These letters provide a commitment by the actual operator of the self-storage facility to supporting industrial users, a commitment that Home Depot, the applicant, was not able to make in their absence. The anticipated operator reiterated their commitment to reserve approximately 35% of storage space for business customers. And to support this commitment, the first letter provides the usage data for another self-storage facility that they operate, which is located adjacent to a Lowe's store in the Gowanus neighborhood within the South Brooklyn IBZ. At this facility, approximately 57% of space is rented to business owners, including contractors. The operator tested that one of the main reasons that small businesses and contractors patronize this facility is its synergistic relationship with the Lowe's. They believe this model will be replicated at the proposed self-storage facility. And then in the second letter, the operators made a continuous commitment to provide with ground floor industrial space in their facility with street frontage along Borden Avenue, in addition to reserving storage space for small business customers, as described earlier. A 7,500 square foot space on the ground floor with the ability to subdivide up to 3 industrial spaces is the operator's commitment to the broader industrial ecosystem of the IBZs, where such space could accommodate a range of light industrial uses. The applicant and the operator acknowledge the broader complexities of the demands for land in such industrial contexts, and this proposal would be consistent with the economic development objectives of the city for such designated areas. Thank you.
I want to thank the commissioners for the questioning on this item. This has been a challenging application in that the applicant and the applicant's representatives through the public hearing appeared not to address the considerations that are spelled out in the zoning. And we were presented with very little information about how those considerations would play out. I think that due to the seriousness, the hard-hitting questions of the commissioners, we have at last gotten the attention of the applicant and of the operator. And I would certainly welcome other questions from the commissioners, and that we will now need to take this information, which has come in at the end of the process, rather than, as one would expect in a solid application, at the beginning of the process, as we assess, as Commissioner Levin had, I think, quite properly challenged us to do, the considerations that are laid out in the special permit text. And again, I'm looking to see, yes, Commissioner Levin.
Well, thank you for that. So just to confirm, the the last bit of your statement just there indicated that there will be further work being done by staff to assure us on the considerations that we need to make or consider, the considerations we need to consider in granting this permit, because it's really not, it's not findings, it's not things that the applicant has to persuade us of, it's things that we need to be persuaded that this that it's impracticable to well, anyway, that this is consistent with what the city wants to see in IBZs.
Yep, have received these letters. We will now, as a department, go through them, analyze them, and come back to the commission with a recommendation.
Okay, that's great. But I will say that I think this is a very promising development on the part of the proposed operator. And is that something that we could make binding here by including it in the terms of the special permit?
That is part of what our analysis will be as to what it will be allowed under the special permit and what we could heavily lean into in our report, and then leaving it to the council, which moves beyond land use matters. That's part of the caution that you're hearing with me. We need to analyze to determine which bucket, but you've hit the nail on the head as far as what the issues are.
Okay, but yeah, we need to find, in order to go down this path, we need one way or the other to find a way to make it stick for whoever ends up building this thing.
Yeah. No, certainly the letters to me were a turning point because for the first time they did address the considerations that underlie a determination by the commission.
Almost finished.
Okay, I think that is it. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay. So last but not least, Haikeng Yang and Olga Abinator are here to discuss the special Flushing Waterfront District.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. The special, I'm gonna wait for the presentation. Thank you. Good evening. The special Flushing Waterfront District returns for continued discussion as a post-hearing item. Next slide, please. On October 5th, post-hearing items number 1 through 5 were covered. On today's post-hearing, I will cover items 6 through 9, which include further follow-up on the blank wall mitigation, public use of public accessible private streets, indirect or secondary displacement in the broader Flushing context, ability to develop residential uses in lieu of hotel floor area, and environmental review. Olga Abinator, Director of our Environmental Review Division, and Diane McCarthy, Senior Team Leader of Environmental Review, will join me on environmental related topics. Next slide, please. On further follow-up to the blank wall mitigation provisions in the special district, as noted earlier, the special district aims to establish physical and visual public access connections to and along the creek. By creating the street network, the super blocks are divided into walkable blocks. The diagram depicts the most worst-case scenario of a potential blank wall condition and not an anticipated condition, as City Planning's urban design and zoning team worked with the applicant team on each site to ensure that a quality public realm is being created. The special district regulations must follow existing 3734 transparency requirements, in addition to provisions for blank walls in section 127.412. Under these regulations, a single mitigation element would only exist when the blank wall condition is 50 feet or less. When a blank wall exceeds 50 feet, planting would have to be provided for at least 25% of the blank condition. An option of all planting or combination of planting and other mitigation elements could be used. As shown in the diagrams, there are multiple treatment options such as 100% planting or minimum 25% planting and up to 75% tables and chairs, or minimum 25% planting up to 75% of mixture of several segments of bike racks, benches, tables, chairs, and art pieces. Next slide, please. As noted on October 5th post-hearing, the use of the WPAAs and optional PAA will be governed by restrictive declaration and parks regulations. The WPAAs would be accessible to the public from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. The PAA would close a little early at 10 p.m. because of its front of a hotel entrance. Regarding the publicly accessible private streets, they will be accessible to the public 24 hours. The public use will be governed by traffic and pedestrian regulations that govern publicly accessible streets throughout the city. Pursuant to DOT's regulations, pedestrians cannot impede traffic. Demonstrations of more than 20 people are regulated by NYPD's parade and demonstration rules, and these rules will be applicable here. Same as with all publicly accessible streets throughout the city, the public will have a right to demonstrate on the special Flushing Waterfront District sidewalks if the demonstration involves no more than 20 individuals and does not block the public's passage along the sidewalk. Larger demonstrations beyond the sidewalk will require a permit. Next slide, please. During the September 16th public hearing, several members of the public raised concerns about potential indirect residential displacement as a result of the proposal. The EAS concluded that the Special Flushing Waterfront District would not have the potential to cause secondary residential displacement due to the limited increment between the no action and with action scenarios. Following the guidance in the secret technical manual, a preliminary indirect residential displacement assessment was performed. The result of the assessment did not exceed the threshold that triggered a detailed analysis. This is due to the fact that under the present C42 zoning district, larger residential developments can and would likely be developed. Besides the limited developed increments, it is important to know that Flushing is experiencing high demand for housing and in particular for condominium units. Given that this neighborhood is experiencing a significant amount of market rate housing production, the EAS reasonably further concluded that this rezoning proposal would not introduce a new development trend into the neighborhood. Lastly, in light of this increasing demand for housing in Flushing, both the no action scenario and with action scenario increases the supply of housing in the area, which in turn serves to decrease the established pressure on the existing housing supply. Therefore, potential impacts by the proposed development on existing tenants were properly considered and potential significant adverse impacts were not found. Next slide, please. On the ability to develop residential uses in lieu of hotels, any future changes to the currently planned hotel floor area would not include the ability to convert it to residential floor area, as hotel programming is considered a commercial use. The proposed development sites are already maximizing their allowable residential floor area. Hotel floor area could only be converted to other commercial uses categories such as office or retail. The total max allowable for FAR for development sites 1 through 4 is 4.8. Next slide, please. During the September 16th public hearing, several members of the public raised concerns about the environmental review. They asserted that the environmental analysis was not properly conducted and that the conclusions were incorrect. The comments centered on 2 points. One, that the environmental review incorrectly assumed that the sites owned by the developers would be fully built out if the proposed project was not approved. And 2, that the environmental review incorrectly assumed that the U-Haul site would not be built out if the proposed project was approved in the with action reasonable worst case development scenario. DCP, acting on behalf of the CPC, assumed the role of lead agency for the environmental review of the proposed actions and issued an environmental assessment statement and negative declaration. The environmental review followed the procedures and criteria contained in the city's secret technical manual, and following the guidance, the EAS concluded that the proposed actions would not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. The analysis in the EAS was based on the incremental difference between the as of right no action scenario and the with action proposal. The Special Flushing Waterfront District would retain most of the existing C42 zoning district, and therefore the density in the special district would not substantially increase. As defined in the EAS, projected development sites 1, 2, and 3 would develop the max allowable FAR of 4.8 in both the as of right no action and with action scenarios. The incremental change in density between the as of right no action and with action scenarios would only occur in the northern portion of the proposed special district from the U-Haul site to the end of 36th Avenue, as shown by the dotted line on the current zoning map on the left. Next slide. The as of right no action scenario was determined based on the secret technical manual analysis framework, which provides that sometimes private applicants state an intention to develop their property in the future with or without approval of a proposed project. In these cases, the lead agency should consider the reasonableness of the applicant's no action development scenario by utilizing the relevant factors listed under soft site criteria. Among the soft site criteria listed are the amount and type of recent as of right development in the area and recent real estate trends in the area. The EAS determined that if the proposed project is not approved, it was reasonable to conclude based on recent development trends that the applicant controlled projected development sites 1, 2, and 3 would still be fully built out. The rendering on the left presents an illustrative diagram that shows how the applicant could achieve to the full 4.8 FAR under the no action scenario. The EAS assessment of nearby real estate trends established that multiple recent developments like Tangram, adjacent to the project site, 1 Fulton, 1 block east of the project area, and Flushing Point Plaza, 1 block south of the project area, were developed or are being developed to the maximum FAR allowance under the existing C42 district. Although this real estate trend involving the development of large, primarily condominium residential buildings started emerging several years ago, the trend remained uncertain when the environmental analysis for the BOA study was performed, and as such, this emerging trend was not factored in the no action scenario for the study at the time. In light of the continuing and more recent development seen in the area, this real estate development trend is now more firmly established and was considered in determining the no action scenario correctly in the EAS prepared for the Flushing Waterfront District. Next slide. As for the with action scenario, the EAS similarly followed the technical manual guidance. Specifically, as to the U-Haul parcel, the EAS determined based on multiple factors that the reasonable worst case development scenario was limited to look at a potential expansion of the present U-Haul business. It was determined that this expansion could take the form of a new approximately 177,000 square foot commercial office building with 177 parking spaces on the site of the current parking lot of the U-Haul controlled parcel. U-Haul is a well-known self-storage and truck rental operation that has operated its regional facility on the site for 40 years. In addition to being a well-established, successful business, the proposed rezoning would provide greater impetus for the site to remain a self-storage site by legalizing the current existing use, as today they are non-conforming use under the current zoning. Another factor the EAS considered is that the existing building on the U-Haul site has been determined to be eligible for listing on the New York State Register of Historic Places and represents an important visual neighborhood marker. Together, these factors strongly suggest that the U-Haul site would not be redeveloped as residential development, which would preclude its current successful and continuous use as a self-storage site. This was confirmed by U-Haul's statement to city planning. City Planning's Queens office has been in contact with U-Haul representatives for over 5 years, and they have consistently maintained that this location is an important regional facility that serves many businesses locally and throughout Queens and is thriving. The U-Haul representatives also confirmed that they do not have any intention of incorporating a residential component on their site. Although all of the factors consider support of the conclusion that the U-Haul site would not be converted to residential use, the proposed mixed-use action would legalize the present self-storage use and reduce the site's parking requirements, allowing a potential expansion of the U-Haul's operation on the site at a future point in time. As a result, the reasonable worst-case development scenario anticipated that a commercial office building and reduced parking spaces could be built in the future on the site. Because there are no publicly known expansion plans, the EAS analyzed this possible future expansion in the with action scenario as a potential development site. I now turn to Olga and Diane for any further comments.
Thank you, Hye-Kyung. I'm Olga Abinator, the Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division, and I've partnered with Diane McCarthy, Senior Team Leader in the division, to just state for the record that we fully stand by the environmental analysis that was conducted for the Special Flushing Waterfront District proposal, and that we're here to hopefully answer any questions that the Commission has.
Thank you. Looking for questions from the Commission. Commissioner Levin.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank Hye Kyung for that presentation. I think it was based on the testimony we got at the public hearing. I think it was really important that we dig into the environmental issues that were raised, but your presentation covers all of the things that were troubling me about this, and I'm satisfied that city planning has given this the appropriate hard look. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing other raised hands, I will thank all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that concludes our agenda for today. I want to thank you all for your stamina on this one again. And Chair Lago, anything else you're going to say?
No, just to thank people for the 5-hour meeting today. I think it's a reflection of just how much work is underway, and also that we are absolutely back in full swing despite the pandemic. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you for a much, much shorter meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, see you Wednesday.
Thanks, Roy.
Bye, everybody.